All right, we're on. Good afternoon and welcome to the September 24th meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We will be starting this meeting with a closed session. Mary Kay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorneys and the City Council regarding litigation involving the following parties: True Homes, LLC, and D.R. Horton, Incorporated.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes. We will be back at 5:30.
Thank you guys so much for being here with us this afternoon. We are kicking off a very big weekend in the world of professional bull riding and in the franchise of the Carolina Cowboys. First things first, I'm Matt West representing the PBR. It's an honor to be back here at City Hall. It's exciting to be back in Greensboro. Things are a little different this time around. The team is on an incredible journey this season. They have had just an unbelievable first 9 weeks. They come into their homestand for the very first time as the #1 team in the league. They've logged on. They've got not one, but 2 perfect games already this season, and I have a feeling that there are more to come before they eventually try to bring that title right back here to North Carolina. Now, this weekend is going to play an integral role in them continuing their journey to be regular season champs and ultimately teams champions. As a matter of fact, tomorrow night is highlighted by the #1 team, Carolina Cowboys, taking on the #2 team in the league. And so obviously that's a big way to kick off the weekend. Weekend doesn't get any easier for the guys, but we know that after what we've seen the first 9 weeks, they're certainly pumped and ready to express and show their appreciation for their homestand, for their home fans, and to bring the talent that the rest of the world has seen, bring it back home here this weekend. That being said, a lot of things to get to today. First thing is, when the team relocated here to Greensboro last January, Mayor Greensbull was renamed in honor of Mayor Vaughn and the team's new home in Greensboro. So let me officially introduce today Mayor Greensbull. I can talk a lot about the team. I can talk a lot about how this journey began a few years ago, but there's a lot of very integral reasons that this has become such a successful franchise, and it all starts at the top. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to the owner of the Carolina Cowboys. Please welcome Mr. Richard Childress.
Thank you, Matt. It's great to be here in Greensboro. Man, I can't believe it's been a year, but we're back. We're fired up. We got a great team this year. I have to thank Mayor Vaughn. She's here. She's going to come up for helping us get this moved over to Greensboro. We were in Winston. That Coliseum was a little too small. Here we are, and we're going to fill it up with our fans that's coming out here to see the PBR bull riding teams event. The Carolina Cowboys, my grandson, Austin Dillon, he's the general manager. And I said, Austin, if I do this, will you take and run it for me? He did, and he's done a fantastic job. We got some talent. I'm going to let him introduce each one of these guys. We've got 7-time champions. We've got veterans. We've got some great talent back here. We got some young talent that's just coming out, rookies. But that's what it takes, is a special group, and he's put together that special group. And the big bull back here, Mayor Vaughn, our Greens bull, right here it is for you. So maybe somebody will get to ride that thing. So thank you all, and thank everyone. Remember, it's this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over in Greensboro Coliseum. You're going to see one heck of a show. The greatest 8 seconds you'll ever see in any sport. You'll see it coming up Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday. So thank you all for being here. Austin Dillon or Matt? Austin Dillon, my grandson. Come over here and introduce all of you.
Well, thanks everybody for coming out. Man, for me last year, this was a great event, bringing the Cowboys to Greensboro. I really appreciate the support from all the media. You know, we want to make this event the best event of the year for the PBR teams. And it's pretty cool for Greensboro to have a professional sports team like the Carolina Cowboys. There's a lot of big cities across the United States that we visit during our season. And this is our weekend to show out for all those other teams. And we really just want to come out, fill up the Greensboro Coliseum, and put on a good show and show them that we're here to defend our turf. You know, this is our home stand. So when you come to the events, I always hear Matt say, you know, over the loudspeaker, when your team's riding, it's a little different than football. You want to be screaming loud when we're out there getting ready to ride. It gets those guys fired up, and we've got a heck of a team. And I'll talk about some of the guys right now. And starting from the newest addition right here is Trey Benton. We just added him to our team. We're really excited to have him on. Trey, I think, is a 7-time NFR qualifier. Is that right? Yep. So he's been here and done that and put on some ranked rides. Right beside him, Sage Kimsey, 7-time NFR champion, gold buckle winner. Sage has been huge part of our team to be at where we're at right now, which is, you know, #1 in the league. We ask a lot out of Sage, and he's done a great job for us and been a leader in our locker room. Gabriel Marias is from Brazil. He's an up-and-coming rider for us, and he's doing a great job. Got on last night at Jerome's house in Archdale and rode a bull. Great ride. One of our coaches, Robson Palermo, we brought Robson on this past year, and he's been huge, again, for our locker room because a lot of people don't know a great majority of the riders are from Brazil. And Robson has come in here and done a lot of great things for us. And he's a PBR 3-time World Finals champion. So he's done a lot in his own right. And Adriano Salgado, he came on our team this year. Was really pumped to have Adriano. Got him in the offseason. Started off the year with a 93-point ride, and that is the highest right now in PBR. So he's leading the league with the highest score at a 93 on a bull called Flying Wired. Dalen Swearingen, also a PBR world champion, gold buckle winner in 2021? 22. I was close. So 2022, and man, Dalen's young stud in the locker room. We really enjoyed having him a part of our team. Right beside him, Dawson Branton, been a part of our team for 2 years now. Dawson got a couple bulls rode just a couple weeks ago. Been awesome. Another addition, Derek Kolbaba. Derek came from another team where he was the closer for that team, and he's been great for our locker room, riding a lot of bulls. Rode 2 last week out in Anaheim, California. That's where we were just last weekend. Ethan Winkler was our first pick this year in the draft. He's we like to say he's 18 going on 16, but we're really working hard with Ethan. He's been crushing it. Had a great bull ride last night, and he also won a bonus round for us this year. So been great to have Ethan Winkler. And then finally, Cooper Davis, one of our original standing members. Also a PBR world champion leader in the locker room, and it's been great to work with these guys and really pumped with where we're at right now. And would love to have all the support of all of Greensboro this weekend to help us bring it home at home, and it can really set us apart going into Vegas, which is when our finals are. So we got 3 games this weekend, and like Matt said, we're playing Kansas City Friday night, and we want to show them what the Blue Nation's a little bit about. So thank you guys for coming out, and I'm going to hand it back over to Matt. And got to thank Jerome and Tiffany, all of our staff for the Carolina Cowboys, John Shoemate, Dakota, JD, who, if you follow us on Instagram, we have a really good Instagram, and JD does our videos and puts out some fire. So we're really proud of him and all of our team. So thank you, guys.
All in all, we all know that RCR has built an incredible legacy in automobile racing, but they have continued that legacy. And this group of guys, there are 10 world titles, there are 6 World Finals championships, and there are what I believe to be numerous teams championships in the future, and that starts here this weekend to pick up that first one. That being said, obviously we are here on her turf today, so at this time I'd like to welcome Mayor Vaughn.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to welcome back the Carolina Cowboys. We had so much fun at the Coliseum last year. I want to encourage anybody who's listening to this, if you want to come out and have some family fun, see some quick, great action, come on out to the Coliseum this weekend. You won't be disappointed. I understand that we were second when it came to the most people who showed up at these championships, only to Nashville. So come on, let's crush Nashville this weekend, okay? Let's get everybody to Greensboro and let's be number one this time. I absolutely enjoyed the last time they were here, and I've enjoyed learning so much about professional bull riding. It's something that I never thought that I would be interested in, but I'll tell you, it is just so much fun. So it is my pleasure to declare this weekend the Carolina Cowboy Days. So I just want to read a little bit about this. Whereas the Carolina Cowboys, the Triad's first and only professional, and the best, only professional bull riding team, we are attempting to make history in 2024, bringing the Tar Heel State its next Sporting World title. They are returning to Greensboro and to the Greensboro Coliseum, a key stepping stone on that journey on September 20th through the 22nd for their third annual Cowboy Days homestand, whereas the Carolina Cowboys are amid a historic season, firmly etching their names in the PBR Team League record books. Not only did the Cowboys begin the season with an unprecedented 11-game unbeaten streak, they have logged 2 perfect games to date, a feat never achieved by any other team in the league. It goes on from there. But it is my pleasure as mayor to be able to declare September 20th through the 22nd as Carolina Cowboy Days. And, if you see any of these Cowboys out and around, make sure that they know that we are happy that they are here in Greensboro. And we know that they are bringing in so many visitors from throughout the state of North Carolina and beyond. We want to make sure that everybody knows that we are the home of the Carolina Cowboys. Thank you.
These guys go every weekend, just putting it all on the line, and they do it for this state and for this town. And, this everywhere we go, they talk about Greensboro, and that's the team that we're behind. And man, our guys, Greensboro has got the #1 team. I don't know if y'all really realize what y'all have got, because we travel all over the United States every weekend. And, man, they just put it on the line for Greensboro. And they're going to bring it right here this weekend. You can believe they're going to hold their ground rolling through the weekend. So y'all come out and support us this weekend. You can believe our guys are going to come with it. They're pumped and ready to go. It's going to be a big week in Greensboro this weekend.
Thank you, Jerome. To Mayor Vaughn's point, Nashville did set a record earlier this season, but they don't have the #1 team in the league, and you do. So I expect that record to be broken here this weekend. Again, on behalf of everybody at the PBR's Camping World Team Series, everybody at the Professional Bull Riders for the Carolina Cowboys, one more time, I know we're at a formal press conference, but let's have a little fun. How about a big round of applause for the #1 team in the world? It all kicks off tomorrow night inside the Coliseum, Saturday night, and then Sunday afternoon, and they'll look to make a clean sweep and go 3-0 with all of your help here this weekend. So thank you so much. We'll see you all this weekend.
Welcome inside the brand new Claxton Elementary School, one of 5 brand new Guilford County schools set to open this school year. As you can see, there are so many upgrades with this new school, including all of this flexible seatings that teachers can move and shape to what works best for their classroom, technology, whiteboards on every wall, and so much light from the windows to the glass doors, which allows students and teachers to grow and flex to the needs that they have every day in the classroom. What do you think about this new school?
It looks amazing. It's really big, and I feel like this is a college.
Do you think it's going to be easier to learn here?
Yeah, of course. With so many more rooms, it's not going to be as crowded as the last school.
Girls, what do you think about your new school?
It's amazing. Definitely, I love it. I'm just speechless. This is amazing.
Yeah.
What are you most looking forward to about coming to school here?
The chairs. The chairs, and last time we were in like a big janitor's closet. It was so tiny, so I'm excited for a big room.
I'm just really excited about everything. Like, this school is huge, and I'm so excited.
Liam, what do you think about this brand new school?
Awesome. I'm only going to be at the school for 1 year, but I'm excited about it.
All right, Principal Toma, how do you feel with this new school opening at last?
Oh, this is amazing. I mean, look around, all the colors, the smiles on these kids' faces. That's what it's all about.
So tell us about some of the features of this new school.
There's extended learning areas where kids are going to have opportunities with flexible seating to work collaborative groups, problem solving. We've got makerspace in the media center. Our classrooms are open. We've got flexible seating throughout the whole building. Movable furniture. Just the opportunities this is going to provide our students is going to be amazing.
There's so much light here. There's windows, there's lots of glass doors, and you can just see so far and kind of in all the spaces.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a bright environment, a welcoming environment. And the visibility it's going to provide our teachers to be able to visually see our students, to make sure that we keep them safe, and allow them to be able to use this whole building as a learning environment.
And we're standing in a gym, which you didn't have before.
A gym that we never had. Our PE teacher's going to be amazed, and our students are thrilled with it. They no longer have to walk downstairs into a little room for gym or have it outside. They've got this amazing space that they're going to be able to participate in.
Well, and this is, of course, an exciting time for the Claxton community, but really for all of Guilford County, because this was the first school to open from what became a $2 billion bond that is supporting our schools. What is it like to be at the beginning of that?
I think it's great for us, great for our community, but great for Guilford County and in the direction that they're headed, and what the schools that are going to be built under this bond is going to do for all of Guilford County and all of the students.
The new Claxton Elementary was made possible because of 2 bonds equaling $2 billion for Guilford County schools. You can keep up with the progress of all the bond projects by going to gcsnc.com.
The City of Greensboro takes pride in the host of reinvestment activity taking shape in East Greensboro. Equitable investment on the east side has been an ongoing effort to enhance the quality of life for our residents, students, and visitors. A hub of recreation is evidenced through the downtown Greenway, which touches all walks in different ways. Construction continues on the final mile of this one-of-a-kind 4-mile Greenway. The western branch, winding from Smith Street to Spring Garden Street, is expected to be open in the summer of 2025. The walking and biking Greenway connects at least a dozen neighborhoods, including Old Ashboro, Southside, Douglas Park, and the Dunleaf neighborhood, all on the east side. There are more than $600 million in planned and completed projects along the downtown Greenway. This urban loop enhances quality of life with a variety of fitness classes, community walks, and an emphasis on public art, cementing Greensboro's reputation as a creative city. With the connections to the existing and planned trails in the city and the county, this loop is the center of the entire system and will one day connect us from all parts of the community and beyond. A future East Greensboro Greenway will connect the J. Douglas Gallion Depot in downtown to Barber Park. In collaboration with the city, NCDOT is developing a feasibility study for the route of the East Greensboro Greenway. The first phase of the Randleman Road corridor enhanced transportation services and encouraged additional reinvestment on the east side. The city will work with a consulting firm to assist with drafting a plan for the southeast area, which spans approximately 8 square miles. Recommendations based on significant public input will guide the future growth and development necessary to improve services and connectivity for a variety of established neighborhoods in the southeast area. The city is investing $3 million of American Rescue Plan funding to revitalize our oldest golf property with prominent ties to the civil rights movement. The Gillespie Golf Course Master Plan relies on the facility's historical and cultural relevance as a guide for future improvements. Additionally, we applaud the PGA Reach Foundation for awarding a $250,000 grant to commission a mural of the Greensboro Six. These courageous men integrated the Gillespie Golf Course in 1955. The city is taking a new approach to meet the needs of the East Greensboro community in a way that has never been done before. Greensboro Public Libraries and Parks and Recreation have set out to create a centralized community hub, the Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. Thanks to the advocacy of Congresswoman Kathy Manning, the city was awarded a $4.3 million grant from the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Program. This supports several much-needed improvements to NOCO Park, which aligns with plans for the $65 million Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. The community-approved design will integrate the existing Windsor Recreation Center, Vance Chavis Library, and NOCO Park. In collaboration with Guilford County, the 65,000 square foot facility will incorporate public health, social services, and cooperative extension. It won't be long before the shovels begin turning the dirt on the first phase of construction. These initiatives offer a mere glimpse of the metamorphosis of East Greensboro.
A few mangoes, peaches, lime, garlic, cilantro. What does this have the makings of?
Mango habanero salsa that we're going to make today.
Well, of course, salsa. And it is the annual Men Can Cook event for the Women's Resource Center. Chris Wayne Scott is on the board. You've been participating for lots of years, I know. Yeah. Tell us about this event.
So this event is really great. This is our 24th year of the event. And it's really just a chance for men in the community that are community leaders, lawyers, business individuals, and just men that just love to cook. You get to be part of this event. We're going to have about 50 chefs for the event this year. And it's just great fun.
Is it a judged event, or do tasters get to choose their favorites?
No. Selfishly, there are times I wish there was a little bit of that, but no. It's really a great time that we get to come together, hear some great music by the band Low Key, good food, and we get to also enjoy some of the local spirits from vendors like Fainting Goat and Steelhead.
Yeah, so because it's Men Can Cook with a twist. I see that, and that's the twist. There's a little something extra. It's not just food this year.
That's right.
So fun. How did you get involved with the Women's Resource Center?
I got involved a couple of years ago just through our organization. I was working with VF Corporation and had a chance. They were looking for some volunteers to participate in this event, and another gentleman and I that were part of our employee resource group said yes and got connected, found out more about the Women's Resource Center, and just fell in love with the event and this group.
And so, do you cook normally? Is this like a thing you normally, are you the cook at home or anything?
I love to cook at home. My wife is a phenomenal cook, and so, but being in the kitchen, cooking together is one of the great things that we enjoy to do together.
We're going to let you kind of get to work a little bit. We're going to come back and check in with you in just a minute. But first, we want to talk to Audrey Amos with the Women's Resource Center. All right, so tell us exactly about the mission of the Women's Resource Center.
Right, so we meet women where they are, and our mission is self-sufficiency, and we do that by assessing needs and getting women connected to either the resources or services we provide here or local resources in the community. Could be helping women start a business or to find a job. We have a program, Women to Work, that specifically does that. We have an attorney hotline, which gives women 15 minutes with an attorney to just kind of define their rights and their responsibilities. We have a community resource counseling where women can meet with someone to really kind of say, this is really what I need, and we can get them connected with resources in the community.
And so how does this event support the Women's Resource Center?
Yeah, so this is our biggest and only fundraiser. Our goal is to raise about $100,000 for our organization through this fundraiser, and we do that through the ticket sales, which are on sale now. And we do that through our silent auction as well, and through our sponsorships.
And when is the event? Give us all the details.
Yes, so it'll be Saturday, October 5th at Piedmont Hall off of West Gate City Boulevard from 5:30 to 8:30.
Lots of good food and lots of fun.
Yes, yeah, we'll have the live entertainment, we'll have a fun photo booth, and of course the twisting tasting room as well.
We love it. We love it. Okay, we need to check back in with Chris and see what's happening over here. All right, you're quite good at dicing and slicing.
Well, we're working right now on sliced mango, and just kind of getting everything prepared together for the salsa.
I can already smell that you've gotten that habanero chopped up as well. I was a little nervous about that one. That's the gloves, right?
That's the gloves. Don't touch the eyes.
And is this a family recipe, a secret recipe, or one that you just found and wanted to try?
It was just one that I found and wanted to try. Just love mangoes this time of the year, and the idea of having just a good salsa is easy to do, and it's something you can put together easily with just chips, or you can use this on chicken, pork, and a great marinade.
And will you be making this for the Men Can Cook event?
Not this year. Actually, this year, this was just for today and for the women here. But no, this year we'll be making a banana pudding.
Ooh, the dessert. You're showing your sweet side. You're kind of your spicy side today, your sweet side on the night of the event.
That's right.
And what is your most favorite thing that the Women's Resource Center does in our community?
I think the thing that makes the Women's Resource Center special is just how they meet the women where they are at a time that they need just the help. And oftentimes you just don't know what you don't know, and you just need to know where to start. And I think that's what makes the Women's Resource Center so special, is that it just helps the women get connected with the groups and activities that they need in the time that they need it most.
Well said. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Audrey. We appreciate it. And you can learn more about the event. It's coming up on October 5th. It is the annual Men Can Cook with a twist to benefit the Women's Resource Center. Find out more online at womenscentergso.org.
Before you start, I want to tell you what's different about the way that I'm looking at lynching. Traditionally, most people who have studied lynching are looking at it either historically or sociologically or anthropologically, and now we call those cultural studies. But in the beginning, when people were challenging lynch law, those were sociologists, and so they are most interested in counting, right? How many people got killed, how many people were hanged, how many people were shot, how many people were dragged behind the car, what county were they in, what state were they in. Those are the kinds of demographics that sociologists frequently concern themselves with. Historians want to tell you what happened, but I take the distinction that history is not what happened, it is what was said to have happened. And what was said to have happened is going to come from a cultural perspective. So if you're an Anglo-centric person, you're going to see what happened as a challenge to authority, for example. You'll be concerned with what white men are doing, for example. You're interested in how power is seized or perpetuated or thwarted even. If you are looking at this from some other kind of perspective, and in this case, I'm looking at it from a literary perspective, I am a cultural critic, and a cultural critic looks at the way that narrative constructs reality. I was looking for these lynching narratives for 20 years. I started out in 2000 when Toni Morrison published Paradise. And the novel starts with the words, they kill the white girl first. With the rest, they can take their time. And it's about a black lynch mob. And I'm like, oh, she's being metaphoric. There are no black lynch mobs. So I go through the book and I'm trying to see how she has created, she's appropriating this metaphor and using it for her own intentional purposes. Au contraire, a year later I realized, oh, there were black lynch mobs. Black people lynched, everybody lynched. But if I want to be all powerful, I got to say, I'm the only one that lynched. Lynching proves my authority. If I can come in here and kill you, then I have authority, right? If you can come in here and kill somebody, something's wrong. There's no such thing as that. And so black lynch mobs get written out the record. How can all these people have been talking about lynch mobs since 1889 when Ida B. Wells publishes the Red Record and nobody mentions black lynch mobs? Wouldn't that have been front page news somewhere? And let me really take your hat. South Carolina, a black lynch mob lynches a white man with the impunity of his community. The community's like, yeah, he needed lynching. We ain't gonna stop you. Y'all go ahead and lynch him. Right? Who's ever heard of that? These are the kinds of things that don't get told when you control what narratives people are exposed to. Originally, lynching was defined as an extra-legal murder by 3 or more people who were acting in the place of a justice system. And in that way, that would include vigilantes. It kind of morphs a little bit after that into people who are acting in service to culture and tradition, which is to say, whiteness, okay? I don't want to talk about those categories because the minute you talk about categories, you're eliminating other things that might also belong in there, right? And so I want to, another thing that American education does is to teach you to categorize, right? To analyze and classify. You're always putting things into columns. Before you said lynching and everybody thought was one of your things, you said hanging. Mm-hmm. Lynching does not mean hanging. Lynching, you don't even have to die. You owe it to yourself to die because you're going to be wrong every day after that. But you don't have to die, right? And so everybody's interested in expanding what that is. But they expand it pretty much all in the same way. They tell about lynching incidents. So in the beginning, they're counting the number of black people who have been murdered. And if you look up lynching statistics now, you're going to find out there's like 4,763 people who were murdered between these eras. Well, if you started at some other point, you'd have a different number. If you counted people who weren't black, who weren't living on the East Coast, and we know that the East Coast is America, right? When you talk about America, you talk about the East Coast. Nobody knows anything about the rest of the country except California, right? There's the East Coast and there's California and all those places in between. We don't care about them. We don't know who's dying. We don't know who's living. And what difference does it make anyway? And so that number is trash. They have been killing people since they got off the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Okay, anybody that ran across that got in the way of making money had to go. I'm gonna make it that simple that it was about the money. Lynching becomes an entrepreneurial opportunity. And it's one of the distractions we have is that we're always talking about it in terms of racial hatred. And certainly racial hatred is a function of it. But people are making money. These newspapers make money. It's like sweeps week. You know, every time they can change the story, so you have like a newspaper in a place that'll have a daily, And now, because there's been an incident and there's the threat of a lynching, you may have 3 or 4 versions of that paper come out in the same day, every day until that crime is atoned for. So people can make money that way. Just like now, they'll take all of that and write a book, and now they're going to make, well, you don't make a lot of money off of writing books then or now, because people don't read. And in those days, people couldn't read, but there was still money to be made. If you had a spectacle lynching and 10,000 people show up in your town, like they did in Paris, Texas, those people have to eat. Some of them have to sleep. They have to get there. You're selling cars, train seats, gasoline, food, drink, shotgun shells, rope, lumber for the scaffold. And then they would take whatever was left of the desecrated body and sell those parts for money. One thing that turns W.B. Du Bois into the firebrand he becomes is seeing the knuckles of an executed, lynched man in the store window as he's walking by in Atlanta, and that turns the train around for him. I started in the 19th century after reading about 2,000 narratives and books, because even the word lynching comes from the Revolutionary era. That's from this military person who was named Lynch, and they named lynching for him. So how could it start in the Revolutionary era and then jump to 1880? During segregation, right, when we were forced to live to ourselves somewhere else, we were able to practice an Afrocentric worldview, even though we lived in a world that was run and ruled by Anglocentric people. But once we became integrated, and let's just take it all the way, went to the schools, lived in the neighborhoods, ate the food, all of those things pitched us across the line into an Anglocentric existence that is in conflict with our Afrocentric existential makeup. When I got to this year, I felt like I have at least identified 30 lynching narratives. And lynching narratives are melodramatic, voyeuristic accounting of a specific lynching that was written and or published by a lynching participant, spectator, sympathizer, apologist, or victim. So it's an eyewitness account. I was there on January 6th. I was there when they went through the window, and this is what I saw, is what a lynching narrative is. It is a sensational, episodic, voyeuristic. You're always conscious that you're looking in on something that maybe you wouldn't see. Pornographic narrative of murder and gore that legitimizes, or if it's an anti-lynching narrative, delegitimizes mob rule, normalizes gender roles, naturalizes class differences, reifies social hierarchies, and politicizes racial or ethnic inequality. It does a lot of things at one time. And once you publish it, and it's extant, and lots of people can read it, and a lot of people are reading this. This is the big thing, right? Then it becomes the way people think about the world. It's also a confluence of lots of prose forms, the crime drama, so they write it like, a murder has happened. Can we find the murderer? Yellow journalism is Fox News, salacious information that titillates and enrages people and makes them do things. The dime novel is the first sort of narrative, mainstream narrative that people are reading. Everybody is reading because it costs a dime. And regional writing, because remember, my point is all these lynchings are happening in places other than the, well, not all of them, but so many of them are happening in places other than the East Coast, and people don't know anything about the territory. The only thing they know is if they go there, because we don't have communication like that, right? So if you went to the territory, and that keeps moving, remember, as the nation grows, how would anybody back east know what it was like out there? You have to write them a letter. Or they have to, I don't know, eventually they can get a newspaper. But until they can get a newspaper, there isn't a way for people to know these things. And so this genre steps right into that breach and fills it so that people can find out what it's like to be in Texas with the Texas Rangers. They're going to kill you. That's what it's like. Lynching narratives define and animate whiteness. They are unapologetic in saying it's a white man's country. And they dared come in here and affront white men. I mean, so they're constantly telling you about white men. I want to argue, I haven't found out this isn't true yet, but this is one of my theses, is that they are literally making whiteness into a thing. Prior to this, people are French, they're Portuguese, they're Italian, right? They're from England, they're from Germany, they're Catholics, they're Jews, they're from Central or South America, but they're not white people. White people don't exist as white people till the 19th century. And one of the ways that white people make themselves understood as a coherent group that has power and has the right to dictate that is through lynching. If I can lynch you and get away with it in broad daylight with the cameras and the newspaper there and everybody watching, guess who's white? So the Guilford County Community Remembrance Project is trying to work with EJI, Equal Justice Initiative, to bring the memorial here for Eugene Hairston. And in the process of that, we looked into Eugene Hairston as much as I have looked into anybody else. And it's almost impossible to find out anything about Eugene Hairston. We can look at the usual places, which are the newspapers. But one of the things you find with the newspapers is just like media today, different newspapers are going to represent different aspects of that story. So for example, a very small thing, in one newspaper he's going to be 17, in another one he's 16, in another one he's 20. Which is it? In one newspaper it says that they sat him on the back of a horse with the noose around his neck and pushed the horse out from under him to hang him. In the other one it said they made him stand up on the back of the horse and push the, well, isn't that all the difference in the world? Whether you're sitting on the horse or standing on a horse and then it moves out from under you. So we still don't know what happened. As I said, history is not what happened, it is what was said to have happened. And so when we go back and look at the historical records about that lynching, we come up with all kinds of disparate information that makes me say, I don't know what happened. When there is a lynching, frequently, and certainly in the case of Eugene Hairston, you don't hear anything about his family again. In fact, in one of the papers, they say he comes from a bad family. What's a bad family? A bad family by whose standard? Now we're back to where I'm saying we're talking about different worldviews. Anybody who says, I didn't do it, officer, is a bad Negro, then and now. So we don't know how to find him. There's nothing to find out about him except the fact that he is dead and the fact that he is alleged to have been involved with a white woman and is caught doing it and is punished for that. Now, let's talk about the white woman for a minute. Ida B. Wells reveals this in her book, The Red Record, which changes everything. And is part of the reason how lynching becomes associated with black people, because Ida B. Wells is the person who really takes that to the press. What Ida B. Wells says in her book about white women is that frequently these are consensual relationships, but then once they are discovered, the woman has to negate it. She has to say, oh no, he attacked me, because there are rules to living in society. And the rule is that no woman, no white woman, should consort with a black man. Well, what if you are, let's make it pubescent. You've just come alive sexually, and you live in the middle of nowhere. You live in Kernersville, okay, which at that point is the middle of nowhere. And there's no, you don't have any neighbors. Your nearest neighbor is 10 miles away. Then the places, where you meet people, those are going to be the people that you have access to. And people develop relationships with the people they have access to. And so frequently, because they are growing up together and seeing each other in these environments, they may, against cultural norms, become friends or even lovers. Remember Romeo and Juliet, the most celebrated love story of all time? That's that story, where people who should have been enemies because of their proximity and juxtaposition become lovers. I don't know he was her lover. Nobody does. We know. She says that he attacked her. And no, we know they are discovered by an uncle. And she says then he attacked her. And the next thing we know, he's murdered. We don't know anything about her. We don't know anything about the person killed because it doesn't matter. What matters in history and time is the symbolism of what happened to both of them. That's the narrative truth. The narrative truth is if you mess with these people, you're going to get killed. One or both of you. And so then that becomes the reality, and in that way, narrative creates reality. If you read lynching narratives and news reports, you would believe that this is the reason that they are protecting hearth and home. And what you find, what I have found, rather, is that these lynch mobs operated very much like the mob did on January 6th, where they are operating on behalf of another entity, right? That somebody sets them on these people as a way of paying them off to be satisfied with their base condition, right? So you have people who feel all disenfranchised, and then you got Mexicans coming in here taking their jobs, and you got black people trying to live on their block, and you know, all these terrible things that are happening. And so then someone loosens them on the world where they get to get justice according to the way that they do, as a way of making them calm down and stop being a problem back to the hegemony. And the hegemony gets to advance its own politics at the same time. So almost in many, many, many cases of lynching events, it's not even about a crime. There may not have been a crime, and certainly the person that's murdered may not have been the culprit, because it doesn't matter who the culprit is. I just need to lynch somebody right now. So one of the things I discovered that it was mind-boggling to me, that I had no idea of when I first started, because these books hadn't been written, is the ways that these robber barons, because remember, this is the period when robber barons are coming out. And so you've got steel, you've got mining, you've got timber, you've got railroads, you've got newspapers. These people, the capitalist order, can't function without low or cheap or free labor. Cheap or free labor is the keystone to capitalism, right? So if you work in Walmart, you're not going to get 40 hours. You're going to get 38 hours because we're not paying you full time and giving you benefits, right? And so the best way to keep that group working, because they're frustrated, they're pissed off. What do you mean I'm not going to get but $2? And you're paying these Chinese people 25 cents. How dare you pay them 25 cents? They're taking my $2. No, they took your 25 cents. And so then you get to kill these Chinese workers so you can get all that energy out and come back. And now you the man. I'm trying to accomplish three things. One is to get to the truth. We don't have any idea what the truth is about this. And the more I look into it, the more I realize we don't know the truth. We know what we were told, and what we were told for people's political reasons. I want us to heal. My entire life has been racism. I was born in 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education. So I can give you 100 different things that have punctuated my life that all have to do with race and racism. And I want us to get beyond that. And you can't get beyond it until the truth is told. This is the whole principle of truth and reconciliation. I was very moved by that. I'm moved by the fact that Greensboro is the second place on the planet to have a truth and reconciliation initiative after South Africa. And yet we've done nothing with that. We haven't healed. We haven't done anything with that. Okay? And so I want us to have that ability to heal and be something other than what we are. And toward being something different, I want black people to stop occupying the posture of the victim. That doesn't mean that people aren't after you. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. But it means that you don't have to occupy that conceptual space. That you have more power when you see yourself as an agent, as a person. There were all kinds of black people that resisted lynching. There were black lynch mobs. There were multiple ways that people resisted their own degradation. But American history is about the degradation of non-white peoples and why they deserved it, even though they don't. They said it like that at the time, and they come back and cleaned it up later. And you see this going on. Just a few weeks ago, they announced that they're going to take slavery out of textbooks, what is it, for the 5th grade, and they're going to call it forced labor. Well, that's not the same thing at all. It was, if you can sell my child out from under me, that's more than forced labor, right? And so we have to understand that we had options and we exercised those options, and we can exercise those options now if we don't see ourselves in the position that a racist culture set us. We're more than former slaves.
Safety Town is a Greensboro institution. I even went to Safety Town when I was a little girl in Greensboro. Well, now there are 8 sessions each summer in 2 locations, one at Lewis Center and one at Barber Park. Corporal, tell us about Safety Town. How long has it been around, and what are the goals?
So in Greensboro, it's been around about 50 years. Our new location here at Barber Park, this is our 3rd summer. So we're anxious and excited about getting it going. The kids love it out here. It's so much fun. We're out here right now at Safety Town, and this is where they get to ride the little cars, which you'll probably see over here. And we try to help them with the stand on the right side of the road. Red light means stop. We have a railroad crossing to show them how to stop. We even have pedestrian crossings, so we work on crossing the street and things like that. So it's a great program.
When to cross, when not to cross, when to wait, all of that. But it's more than the town that we see right here.
It is. We have an inside curriculum too. So the kids come out for 2 hours a day for 2 weeks. So they come out and we'll do an hour inside, an hour outside. So one day may be fire safety. The Greensboro firemen will come out and they'll talk to you about, stop, drop, and roll. They'll talk to you about having fire extinguishers, any kind of thing that you would need to know. And then they actually put on the whole fire suit so that kids can see how they are. Because if you're not aware of it, when they have their helmet on and then their air pack, they talk funny, and it's a Darth Vader kind of talk. So we need to let kids know not to be scared of that, to come to their voice. They'll explain all that kind of stuff, how that would work. So we do that part inside, and then we come outside and the fire truck's here and they get to squirt the fire hose and have fun with that. EMS comes out and she talks about why you would call 911, why you wouldn't call 911. They show you the inside of the ambulance and what you're gonna be experiencing if you have to go in the ambulance. We do a poison safety, we do railroad safety. Colonial Pipeline comes in to talk about water safety. So it's something different every day.
It's a lot of fun. It's a great learning opportunity for, again, 5 and 6-year-olds, right? And you don't work a whole lot with 5 and 6-year-olds, not kind of in your normal routine.
Right. So everybody out here, all the officers that are working, we wear the uniform like mine, a little more relaxed uniform in the summer. And then we're all school resource officers during the school year. So it's nice to get these little 5 and 6-year-olds that like police and want to be around you, and it's a nice refresher after a long school year.
And do you actually see some of your Safety Town graduates during the school year, in middle school and high school?
Yeah, definitely. So along with the 5 and 6-year-olds that go through the program, there are volunteers who kind of help corral them. So there are 5 and 6-year-olds in a group of maybe 5 or 6, and then we have 2 or 3 volunteers that kind of help get them where they're supposed to be and go to the bathroom, things like that. And those are all ages 12 to 17. So those are middle and high school kids. So those are all the kids we know from the school. So it's nice to be able to pick and choose who's a good representative of the school and who's going to be good to work with.
And those kids are earning their service learning hours at the same time as that feel-good experience about doing something good in their community.
And a lot of them are also Safety Town graduates. So after they have gone through Safety Town, they always like, oh, I'm going to come back and be a volunteer. And they do. So
great. It's so great. You have been doing this how long?
I came in here 2016. So before that, back when I was first at the police department, they had off-duty officers worked out here. So I'd worked it years ago, but then I came into the program in 2016.
What do you like most about it?
I love hearing the little kids' stories. They are just so funny. They like to tell them their parents a lot, so that is fun. But it's just refreshing, and they just think you're the greatest thing. And sometimes that's good to feel when sometimes people don't think we're the greatest thing. So it's nice to have that little innocent mind.
If you want your kids to make a stop at Safety Town, either as a participant or a volunteer, now is the time to register. Find out more about the program by going to safetytowngreensboro.com.
Thank you. Mr. Matheny, would you lead us in the pledge? Mr. Interim City Manager, could you please recognize our youth courier?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our youth courier this evening comes to us as no stranger to public service. His dad is with the Sheriff's Department. His mom is an educator. We'd like to welcome Nicholas Withers, who likes to go by Nick. Nick is a senior at the North Carolina A&T State Middle College. He has lived in Greensboro all his life. He works at Pita Delight at Friendly Center. He's already received college acceptance letters from High Point University and ECU. Way to go. He plans to study kinesiology. That's great, yeah. Good job. Plans to study kinesiology and become a sports-based physician's assistant. Nick's favorite teams are Tar Heels, also way to go, Carolina Panthers, and Boston Celtics. Welcome, Nick.
Please silence all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the council chamber. The Greensboro City Council welcomes resident input. It is important for all attendees to feel that the Katie Dorsett Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space where residents feel empowered to bring issues of concerns before their elected officials. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Therefore, speakers shall refrain from personal attacks. The presiding officer has the authority to enforce the rules of decorum. Speakers or audience members who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, will be removed from the meeting. That person or persons will be suspended from in-person participation for the next 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they may attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or may submit comments via email. Individuals may sign up to speak to specific consent or business items. The subject will be noted, and if it requires action, the city clerk will notice such and provide steps for after action. Speakers must be signed up to speak by 6 p.m. If you signed up online, please let the courier know that you are here. Let's see. All speakers must check in with the courier to confirm presence at the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes and can speak once on an agenda item. Depending on the number of speakers, City Council may decrease this time. Speakers may not relinquish their time to other speakers. The order in which speakers are called is at the discretion of the mayor or the presiding officer. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation, both for and against the rezoning, and there is a 5-minute rebuttal for each side. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded. The presiding officer will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G15, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the October 15th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Council has been requested to postpone items H6 and H7. H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 9206 West Market Street in a portion of 118 Kidd Road 20.94 acres, Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scannon of Colfax Realty, LLC, and others. And item H7, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 9206 West Market and 118 Kidd Road, Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scanlon of Colfax Realty, LLC, and others. To the meeting of October 15th without further advertising. There's nobody in opposition to this. Do we have a motion to? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That has been postponed. We also ask for a motion to, let's see, items H6 and H7. We did. Why is it on here? Yeah, but this... I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. What I have says, council has been requested to postpone H9 and H10.
That's correct.
Public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 4616, 4620, 4628, and 4634 South Holden Road, 37.66 acres. Amanda Hodiern for Clarice Forsyth Collins and others. And item H10, public hearing for an ordinance for the original 4616, 4620, 4628, and 4634 South Holden Road, Amanda Hodiern for Clarice Collins and others to the October 15th meeting without further advertising.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. And an item for H9 and H10. Council has been requested to postpone item H11.
Okay.
That's where the...
Yeah, we just did 9 and 10. Now we got to do 11. Yeah.
Postpone H11, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 1741, 1763, and 1765 Mount Hope Church Road, 558 Old Birch Creek Road, and 928 near 930 Knox Road. Amanda Hodiern on behalf of Christopher Dunbar and Wilfred Jones for various LLCs to the October 15th meeting of council without further advertising.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And then, let's see. And then council has been requested that item I3, a resolution authorizing and approving bond anticipation notes and the amendment and reinstatement of a joint governmental agreement regarding the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority, and item I4, a resolution approving the city's obligation under its joint governmental agreement among the city, Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority, and other local governments be postponed to the October 15th meeting of council. PTRWA and staff request additional contract language regarding treated and raw water allocations. So this is a request to postpone I3 and I4. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, and that passes unanimously. All right, now is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution recognizing the 81st anniversary of the North Carolina State Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Dr. Wells?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution recognizing the 81st anniversary of the North Carolina State Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Whereas the City of Greensboro is proud to honor and recognize the North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP, a civil rights organization that has tirelessly fought against racial and political inequities and injustices for over 80 years. Whereas the NAACP was founded on the centennial of President Abraham Lincoln's birth, February 12, 1909, in response to the 1908 Springfield, Missouri race riot. It is currently the largest and most widely recognized civil rights organization in the nation, with chapters and conferences across America, and is dedicated to human rights and social justice for all. Whereas in 1917, the first 3 North Carolina chapters of the NAACP were established in 1943. The North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP was founded in Charlotte, North Carolina, with the help of Kelly Alexander Sr., who had joined the NAACP in 1938. Mr. Alexander later served as the state conference's president from 1948 to 1984. Under his leadership, the North Carolina State Conference was the largest NAACP affiliate in the nation. Whereas Ella Baker, a Halifax County native, was instrumental in the growth of the NAACP during her role as national director. And today, the state conference is comprised of over 80 counties and cities across North Carolina. Whereas the North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP continues to fight against pay disparity, racism, segregation, and political discrimination, and ensuring equality for all persons, especially those of color. Whereas current President Deborah Maxwell, the North Carolina State Conference's first female president, follows in the steps of her predecessors, including Reverend William Barber and Guilford County Board of Commissioners Chairman Skip Austin, to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of Black people and all people of color. Whereas the City of Greensboro, North Carolina is humbled to host the North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP annual convention from September 26th through 28th, 2024, celebrating 81 years of social justice. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it hereby recognizes the hard work, accomplishments, and achievements, and by the North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP, and that the City Council and the residents of Greensboro join in congratulating the organization for 81 years of success and recognizing its members for their efforts, adopted this 24th day of September 2024. I move the adoption of this resolution.
So that has been moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0.
Good evening. I'm Daquan Marcel Love, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the NAACP North Carolina State Conference. On behalf of our President, Deborah Dix Maxwell, in her absence, and the more than 100 NAACP units across the length and breadth of this beautiful Carolina Tar Heel state, we are just so grateful to be here in the city of Greensboro as we host our 81st annual state convention. The NAACP has deep roots here in Greensboro and Guilford County, and we're so proud of the efforts that we have made to advance the causes of civil rights, social justice, education, and equity for all. We applaud the City Council for your continued efforts in these areas, and we look forward to continued partnership as we move forward to making our country, our state, and our city better for all. So on behalf of the NAACP and our more than 50,000 members across this state, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move on to our consent agenda, items G1 through G15. Anybody need to remove an item? Moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. That passes 8-0. We now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. Item H1 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning of 2300 West Friendly Avenue. Tom Terrell and Moses Cone on behalf of Centenary Methodist Church. We do have speakers signed up both for and against. If you are planning on speaking to this item, please make sure that the courier has your name. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Greetings this evening, City Council. The request before you is a rezoning of property at the corner of West Friendly Avenue and North Elam. Address is 2300 West Friendly Avenue, from R5 residential single family to CDPI conditional district public and institutional. North of this request is zoned a combination of office and PI, public and institutional. East and south of the request is zoned R5 residential single family, and west of the request is zoned CDPI, conditional district, public and institutional. The subject property currently contains a religious assembly use. North of the request are medical offices. East and south of the request are single family dwellings, and west of the request are a hospital. The subject property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban central on the future built form map. The request is a conditional zoning. There were some conditions originally offered with this. The applicant would like to add additional conditions to that, so I'll read that into the record. Condition number 1 is being amended to prohibit additional uses. Those uses that will be prohibited are fraternities and sororities, auditoriums, coliseums and stadiums, colleges and universities, correctional institutions, shelters, temporary and emergency, broadcast facilities, riding stables, swim and tennis clubs, junk motor vehicles, animal shelters, cemeteries, government facilities, transportation terminals, and utilities. New condition number 2 addresses lighting, stating that lighting adjacent to any residentially zoned properties shall not exceed 1/2 foot candle at the property line. New condition number 3 related to setbacks. Building setbacks adjacent to residential parcels 19008, address is 2210 West Friendly Avenue, and 19009, address is 2213 Villa Drive, shall be at least 45 feet. Number 4, new condition, vegetative buffers. The required landscape buffer adjacent to parcels 19008, 2210 West Friendly Avenue, and 19009, 2213 Villa Drive, and along Villa Drive from the northwest corner of parcel 19009, 2213 Villa Drive, running 75 feet northwest, shall have an average width of 35 feet with a minimum width of 30 feet, and have a minimum planting rate of 4 canopy trees, 10 understory trees, and 33 shrubs per 100 linear feet, equivalent to a type A planting yard. I ask the council to vote to accept those.
All in favor say aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Mike, wasn't there one other where before a religious use was,
Yes. So when this was first sent to us, religious assembly uses were prohibited. However, the attorney had conversations with neighbors, and they did want to maintain that option, so that was removed before it was presented to council this evening.
and so item number 1 was written to address that issue.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Yes. As noted earlier, the comprehensive plan again designates the subject property as residential on the future land use map and urban central on the future built form map. Staff has concluded this request does support the comprehensive plan's filling our framework goal to arrange our land uses to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. And the proposed CDPI district as condition allows various institutional uses that are consistent with similar uses in the area and is also appropriate given its location at the intersection of 2 thoroughfares. Staff is recommending approval of the request. This item was heard at the August 19th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the item unanimously. There were 3 speakers in favor and 4 in opposition. The decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission was appealed within the required 10-day appeal window, and that's what brings it before City Council this evening. I could answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman?
Thank you.
Okay. We'll now call up the applicants, those for the rezoning. I have a number of people, LaDeirdre Matthews, Dino Adkins, Nick Wilkinson, Ken Overby, in whatever order.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and esteemed members of council. I'm LaDeirdre Matthews, office address 101 South Tryon Street in Charlotte, North Carolina. I am an associate, a land use associate with Fox Rothschild's Charlotte office. I am standing in on behalf of Tom Terrell today. He maintains a statewide land use practice, and a lot of times I don't know how he does it, and the answer is that sometimes he doesn't, and he double books himself. But nonetheless, I am happy to be here on behalf of Cone Health today. I'm also joined by Mr. Nick Wilkinson, Assistant Director of Government Affairs, Dino Atkins, Senior VP of Ambulatory and Consumer Services, whom you'll hear from later in the presentation. And we are also grateful to have the support of Centenary Methodist Church here today, under the leadership of Reverend Kelly Gross, the pastor, and Lynn Gilbert, the North Piedmont District Administrator. Reverend Gross, would you and the members of the church in support of the rezoning please stand and be recognized? Thank you. You've already heard a very thorough staff report, so I will try not to be redundant. There are also a couple of other folks who would like to speak to you today, so I'm going to speed read, and just let me know if I need to slow down or if you have any questions. So a quick overview of the request. This rezoning request is before you today as the result of an unplanned strategic acquisition by Cone Health. There are no immediate plans for the site. The church finds itself needing to sell the subject property and pursue a potential merger with another local congregation. Cone Health has interest in purchasing this site because, among other reasons, it is adjacent to 38 acres of property already owned by Cone Health, including the Wesley Long Hospital immediately to the west. Cone Health placed a bid, which was the best and highest offer, and the offer was accepted by the church. The church has indicated that timing is of the essence for this transaction. So this rezoning is a part of the due diligence period, and if approved, it will allow the church to move forward with its plans and focus on the merger. And we'll look at an aerial in just a moment. The property sits on the corner of West Friendly and North Elam Avenue. It abuts West Long Hospital to the west, medical offices to the north, single family to the east, and it fronts West Friendly Avenue to the south. 46 acres surrounding the site are comprised of a variety of healthcare facilities. So here's a visual showing the 38 of those 46 acres that are currently owned by Cone Health in the blue highlight that you see on your screen. see what I can skip and save some time. An approval of the rezoning would close kind of a loop and create a contiguous healthcare block in this area. As you can see, the church is right there at that corner of West Friendly and near West Wendover Avenue to the, the west. And that just highlights the area's accessibility and desirability for healthcare services. This rezoning request represents a minor change in use. If approved, the site will transition from decades of an institutional use to institutional and office use in alignment with the healthcare focus in this area. The zoning map from the staff report illustrates how the rezoning will integrate into the existing landscape, rounding out a block of PI and office uses while serving as a suitable transition to the single-family residences to the east. This area highlights the larger commercial parcels to the northwest across Wendover Avenue, which feature more intense retail and commercial uses, including the Friendly Center. Again, this proposed rezoning will facilitate a smooth transition from these intense uses to the west, to the south, to the single-family homes to the south. Unlike the area that we just talked about, the Friendly Center and other commercial uses to the west, the PI zoning district is limited to specific uses as shown in the left column. The district does not permit restaurants, apartments, industrial uses, nightlife venues. Additionally, the applicant has proposed further restrictions and limited 25 uses that would otherwise be allowed in the PI district, and Mr. Kirkman read those to you. Beyond the use restrictions, Cone Health has committed to setbacks and buffers that exceed the requirements set forth in the development ordinance where the property adjoins residential areas. In these areas, lighting levels have been capped as well, and Cone Health has agreed to implement a Type A planting yard where the UDO otherwise just requires a Type B. This is just a visualization of that Type A planting yard, which is comprised of canopy trees, shrubs, and understory trees. But I think these pictures kind of tell a better picture. These images showcase the existing vegetative buffers that Cone Health intends to preserve, taken from a couple of different vantage points around the property. So I believe this is from Friendly Avenue. This is taken on the basketball courts of the subject property. And this is near that area as well. There's some confusion about the conditions and how they kind of played out on the site. So this is just a visual to show you those buffers. Again, to the east, you see the 35-foot landscape buffer that's shown in the dark green line. And then if you go over to the west a bit more, there's a 45 side rear setback that's indicated by a hatched line. And then the general existing building and parking envelope is shown in brown. Cone Health does not intend to increase the impervious area on the site due to implications that would trigger, such as additional stormwater requirements. So it's very likely that the site will be developed within this existing envelope. And that is approximately 75 feet from the eastern property line. That's just another close-up. I don't think it helps that much. Before I turn it over to Mr. Wilkinson for comments about community outreach, I respectfully request the council approve the request before you tonight in line with the recommendations of other city reviewing bodies and local stakeholders, who include the planning staff, who opine that the request is compatible with the general character of the area, the intent and purpose of the zoning code and the comp plan, the Planning and Zoning Commission, which has voted unanimously to recommend approval, and Centenary United Methodist Church, who are in support of the rezoning and are eager to see the property acquired by Cone Health. So thank you for your attention. I'm available for any questions you have after these gentlemen speak.
Ms. Matthews, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
The slide you just showed us with the buffers and the current footprint, you said the plan is to keep the building footprint the same as it is. but that's not one of your conditions, is it?
That is not a condition today. There are some questions about other deed restrictions and how they would interact with the development ordinance requirements. And again, there are no set plans, so that is not a condition offered today.
So we could just say that that's aspirational.
That is a good faith intention that I'm letting you know today, and I can talk with the client if that is something that would please the council.
Thank you.
So I had a question too on the buffering piece. Are you doing any additional planting? I see you've increased your buffer area an additional 10 feet.
Right.
But what would that allow you to do?
So the additional 10 feet is in addition to the 35 feet that are required by the ordinance. But I do believe, and then these gentlemen can back me up, that the existing vegetative buffer that is there probably exceeds the 45. So there's vegetation there already for the full 45 vegetative buffer, 45-foot vegetative buffer that the commitment speaks to. However, there is, so you saw the picture, there are trees there, canopy trees already, but there are also vines, poison ivy, and such. And so Cone would like to reserve the right to remove some of those undesirable plants and would, if necessary, supplement them with additional vegetation to meet those type A requirements.
And no trees? Are we taking out trees?
The intent is not to take away trees.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, members of council, Nick Wilkinson, Director of Government Affairs for Cone Health, 1200 North Elm Street here in Greensboro. I'm going to talk very briefly tonight about neighborhood communications in line with this process so that you all are aware. 3 letters went out, one from Centenary United Methodist Church to the neighbors, one from our attorney, Tom Terrell, which explained what Cone's intentions were, and then an additional letter from Cone Health signed by Preston Hammock, our regional president for the Greensboro market, also went out to all the neighbors that are within 775 feet of this property. Additionally, we met with Scott Michaels, the president of the Sunset Hills Neighborhood Association, and asked him to send all 3 letters out in an email to the listserv that goes out through everybody that's a member of Sunset Hills Association as well, because we know a lot of that is not incorporated in this, to ensure that the communication is thorough enough to get out to the entire neighborhood. And then additionally, 2 letters from the City of Greensboro went out to neighbors as well. We did host our first neighborhood meeting July 29th. This was organized as a drop-in basis to make it convenient for neighbors. We had 3 stations set up with overview aerials of the property. That way, Cone Health executives and our attorney could speak to neighbors and kind of talk through the property and explain that while we were purchasing the property, we had no immediate intentions for demolishing it or developing it at this time. We did stay out throughout the entire meeting until the last person left. We were able to answer all the questions that we were given, and we also left comment cards for the neighbors as well. I will say, one neighbor, Ms. Karen Arnold, who's organizing the effort to oppose this, did reach out to us and ask for an additional meeting. We were able to make that work. We had a meeting again last week. I believe it was Thursday evening at Centenary again at 5 o'clock to give an additional opportunity for the neighbors to hear from us. We were also informed from the neighbors that they didn't appreciate our first setup with the 3 stations, so we did this more of a town hall where the neighbors could ask us questions as a group. I believe that went very well. Again, continuing to engage with our neighbors, and we have continued to commit to our neighbors that once we do get into the development stage for this project and this piece of property, that we'll do a very similar exercise that we've done previously with several of our other developments. What we've done recently in Asheboro is to send the neighbors an additional letter, invite them to the facility, meet with our construction team, and continue that dialogue with the neighbors once we do identify a future use for this property. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Dino Atkins as well.
Good evening, Greensboro City Council members, Mayor Vaughn. As we are here, Dino Atkins, 1200 North Elm Street, Moses Cone or Cone Health. As we think about where we are in terms of 2 things we'd point out. One, in terms of this being good for the neighborhood, One of the things I think we spend a lot of time on as an organization is ensuring that we have the right services in the right locations for the right reasons. So that's been really key for us. One of the other things I think that we are also doing, when we heard, as Nick alluded to on Thursday, we take the concerns of our neighbors very seriously. And we have listened, and we will be very thoughtful even as we go forward, as we do this, if approved. And that means also committing to additional meetings. So we talk about the development of something, we want to make sure, Councilwoman Hightower, to your point around looking at the right buffering, that's got to be key for allowing for that, and we heard that loud and clear. The second part of this is that it's also good for the city. We recognize the growth in terms of health care, that's been key for us. We also recognize this location is also convenient for all residents of Greensboro. And at Cone Health, we do have a reputation, long-standing reputation of working closely with the city, community partners, residents, as well as demonstrated by Med Center Greensboro at Drawbridge Parkway, as well as other investments recently made in East Greensboro. I would just share with you one of the other things that also came up around Cone Health, and I will share with the City Council. Cone Health is here to stay. We are local. As we look at it, most of our work is done here in Guilford County. As we look also at other opportunities, it's really clear our board of trustees is made up of local community volunteers, and so when we do this work, we take it very, very seriously. So just want to note that. And next, I guess, can I over?
So, Mr. Atkins, before you go, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Absolutely.
May I ask a question, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I hear you, and I appreciate your commitment to the community, but I guess one thing kind of comes to mind, if you purchase this property and you have plans for it, which you don't right now,
right,
but you know eventually it's coming, is that going to detract from other sites, particularly as we focus in East Greensboro, who does not have all the medical facilities and services that we have? And so we're behind in that, as you know,
right,
the huge disparity of even living 15 years less than those individuals who live on the west side of town.
Yes.
So putting another medical facility right there where people in the east will have to travel to, you know, how will that play into the equation of medical services?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question. Cone Health is committed to our work in health equity, and particularly in East Greensboro. That is already on our roadmap to be developed. Our commitment there, around $150 million commitment across all of our region, and particularly in East Greensboro, is key. This particular property is not on that roadmap just yet at all, actually. It's intended as a strategic part of our portfolio. So that would actually be, would come after, if you will, our work in East Greensboro and getting that started. We have some timelines, candidly, with the city that we also need to make sure that we meet with our work in East Greensboro as well as in North Carolina A&T. So this would actually be after that from a development perspective on the timing of execution.
I appreciate that, because I hope you honor your commitment, because I think people are counting on that commitment. So when we see purchases like this, and I understand when something comes available, you have to primarily purchase it, but I just want to make sure we continue to be a focus.
And I'll share with you in East Greensboro, the work already with North Carolina A&T Real Estate Foundation. We're already in the design phase for that work, architecturally already. So that work is already underway with timelines that we must meet.
Well, you have a commitment to us, too, the Windsor Chavis NOCO
absolutely.
Community Complex.
Yes.
So hopefully that will continue.
It will.
Okay. All right. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead. Come on in. Come on.
That's right. Good evening. My name is Ken Overby. I live at 1902 Madison Avenue in Sunset Hills, where I've lived for over 30 years. I think I bring a little bit of a unique perspective. One, because I've lived in that neighborhood for over 30 years, but also I've been a member and have attended church at Centenary since I was 5 years old. Another piece of that is I also do some internal consulting for Cone. So I think I've got a perspective both from the neighborhood, both from the church members, and kind of the inside side on Cone and what their plans are. And I've worked for them previously, and so understand how they take it very seriously when it comes to the neighborhoods. And I believe this is the best use for this property. It's the best use for the neighborhood, base case scenario for the neighborhood, as well as for the church. And I would recommend moving forward.
Did you have a follow-up question?
Yes,
Mr. Alston?
for the attorney. Going back to the diagram you've shown with the buffering, I know that we've talked about some numbers. 75 foot in the northwest, 30, 35. Can you just point out exactly where those areas are? There may be one more slide. This one isn't.
So this is the
This
full
one, yes.
But this focuses on just the east, which is the area of interest. If I may, Councilmember Holston, I'll try to use this one since it's a little bit clearer to point out, and we can
Okay.
toggle back and forth for any questions. So that 35-foot landscape buffer is shown here in green, and the 75-foot northwest just talks about the length, so to speak, of that. So it's everything along the eastern portion as well as that north portion. The 45-foot side rear setback comes out a little bit further than that 35-foot landscape buffer. So there's no great color for that, but you see the hatch line there. And that's the 45 side rear setback. Like I said, I think there's some confusion about the 75 feet. And I think we're talking about two different 75 feet. So another 75 feet that is referenced is the approximate distance from this eastern property line to that brown line, which is the existing building envelope, which is about 75 feet. And like I said, as a good faith and intention that is on the record, that folks can come back to you and hold cone to the fire. There is no intent to build outside of this building and parking envelope. It would actually present complications. Like I said, there would be more stormwater requirements if that is the case. And I did mention, and I don't want to overcomplicate things, but there is potentially a deed restriction or deed restrictions that restrict the building envelope to this brown area. That has not been vetted, and as a lawyer, we're risk adverse, so I would be remiss to tell you exactly what the deed says without having looked at it and offered an opinion myself. But Cone is operating as if it is restricted to this area in the brown, the existing building envelope.
Thank you. And additionally, I know that this is currently, well, there are no plans, there are no drawings, everything's illustrative or whatever term we used earlier. Have you thought about egress and ingress?
So no, and that, as you know, Councilmember Holston will have to go through DOT review, and to the extent that a traffic impact analysis or study is required based on the specific use, and that shows that improvements are to be made or shows that there can only be access on, I don't know, I don't even want to guess because I think that was done at the meeting, just hypotheticals were thrown out. But I won't say where those are speculated to be. It is obviously going to depend on the use and the intensity of that use. But you do know that I'm not telling you anything you don't know, and I'm preaching to the choir probably, but there will be no driveway access permitted if it doesn't follow the improvements that are required under that traffic impact study. So we actually cannot commit to any until there is a DOT review.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hightower?
Hey, Ladidra, can I ask you a quick question? And maybe it's in the conditions and I didn't see it. I understand you may not move the footprint of the actual structure, how it's laid out, but could you add a parking deck to some of this?
That question did come up. I don't believe this might be a Mr. Kirkman question. I don't believe that parking decks are allowed as a standalone use, like a principal use in the PI district.
Sorry, get over where I can see you. Yeah, so I mean, a commercial parking lot is not necessarily one that's allowed as a standalone use on there. There would need to be some association, so I would anticipate there would be some relationship of a parking structure to actual buildings in that case versus just a standalone on there. The ordinance doesn't speak to a parking deck per se as a use. The only thing I could point to is a commercial parking lot, which is basically where you charge people to park on that, and that's a commercial use, which wouldn't be in the PI district.
But within the confines of the footprint of where you would put the building, if you replace the building, you could attach a parking deck to it or add to it. much similar
Yeah, I mean,
across the street.
I would think that would be an option, that if you had a structure with a parking deck with it, that could be an option. But as far as like a standalone parking area, again, that would be probably considered more of a commercial parking lot, and that would not be something, we'd have to have it associated with something, as the way I would read that on the ordinance.
Right. Which could then, in fact, speak to Mr. Olston's question of egress and regress. Because you could enter and exit parking decks from many sides. Okay.
And those questions would ultimately be addressed as part of the technical review committee evaluation of that and transportation. And I believe Ms. Cockburn's here if you need to answer questions on the transportation side.
Just a question.
And if I may, Councilmember Hightower, this was a question that we spoke about or addressed at length during our neighborhood meeting, and Cone Health does have some thoughts about the viability of a parking garage here and the expense of parking. If one of you want to come up and address that very quickly, if that serves the council.
But it would take some of the burden off of being on the streets and.
It might, and if we could usually...
Just a hypothetical.
Yeah, I would say if we could avoid, I mean, the cost of parking decks 10 times the amount of surface parking for us, I think if we, at all costs, we try to mitigate that as much as possible. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, we don't want to spend unnecessary money. We can spend it on that side. Thank you, Dick. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now we have 15 minutes for those in opposition. Karen Arnold, I do have Sarah Rosenblatt, but I don't know that she has. Okay. And those are the only two I have in opposition. You do have 15 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. My name is Karen Arnold, and I live at 2205 Briarwood Drive. I represent two neighborhoods asking that you deny the rezoning of 2300 West Friendly Avenue. Would anybody who is here in opposition please stand? Thank you. We feel it is wrong that the rezoning includes no plan. This is not an empty lot or a decrepit house. This is a block that has long been crucial to the character of both our neighborhoods. Friendly Homes, that's the neighborhood, that's my neighborhood, behind Centenary Church, and also the 100-year-old Sunset Hills neighborhood across the street. But we think this is more than a neighborhood issue and has the potential for a negative impact on our city. So our opposition to the rezoning has two perspectives. We bring our appeal to you because as the city's governing body, you have the power to consider the big picture and to base your vote on whether the rezoning is in the best interest of the city as a whole. A major argument in favor of the rezoning is that the Centenary property would be a logical extension of the Cone properties along Elam and behind the church. However, for Sunset Hills neighbors and drivers along Friendly Avenue, Centenary Church forms one of the aesthetic anchors of a charming neighborhood. It could legitimately be considered as belonging to Sunset Hills rather than belonging to Cone Health. Okay, to take a page or a paragraph from the GSO 2040 plan, and I've pulled out the main quote I wanted to draw your attention to. Centenary also forms an aesthetic anchor for the lighted ball display that draws tourists to Greensboro during the holidays. I had a picture up there. I'm not sure what happened to it, but we've all seen the lighted balls, and so you can just imagine it in your head how beautiful they are. The GSO 2040 plan states the intention to market Greensboro as a tourist destination. Why would the city want to approve a rezoning that could detract aesthetically from a thriving and growing tourist attraction that has brought us recognition nationwide? Which better complements a charming 100-year-old neighborhood, the gracious building and grounds of Centenary, or a medical community that has grown to enormous proportions? And frankly, I did notice we were going to create a continuous health core block, is what I heard someone say. And having read GSO 2040, I'm just not sure that that is what it has in mind when it talks about multi-use. Multi-use, my understanding is it would blend residences and retail and commercial. And I've had several neighbors say they would rather have multifamily residences than a big, gigantic medical complex, which hopefully I'll be able to say more about later. And hopefully some of my pictures made it into the presentation. There we go. Okay. A year or two from now, what will tourists think when they travel to Greensboro to drive through the Sunset Hills neighborhood festooned with lighted Christmas balls? Instead of the huge, gorgeous stained glass window that has always anchored the display at the end of Ridgeway Drive, will they see a construction site and the church reduced to a pile of rubble? This is a demoralizing prospect for many of us. A member of Centenary who works in the church office, I spoke with her recently, and she told me she had spent hours at the church's altar crying, heartbroken at what was going to happen, which she believes to be inevitable. I disagree that it has to be inevitable, but she was convinced it was, and she had cried her heart out at the church altar. But I've heard many people all over the city, not just neighbors of Centenary, express shock and dismay at this proposed rezoning. So I ask you, why does it have to happen right here and right now? Okay, another part of the city to which Centenary could be said to belong is the Friendly Avenue corridor. A lot of people who are from Greensboro take this for granted, but if you're from a bigger city like I am, we realize how extraordinary it is for a city of Greensboro's size to have a busy thoroughfare that actually attracts and welcomes visitors with its character. A UNCG professor says it is noteworthy that students and their parents are positively impressed by the aesthetics of the drive along Friendly Avenue from campus to Friendly Center and beyond. This helps to make Greensboro a lovely city that our students find desirable to live and work in after they graduate. Switching now to a neighborhood perspective, the absence of a plan for the property places a burden of anxiety on nearby homeowners, dooming them to possible years of uncertainty. Neighbors met recently with Cone executives, and most of us left with the impression that they intended to treat our neighborhood ethically. They asked us to trust them, and they seemed trustworthy. But, as several neighbors have pointed out, the people making good faith promises to us today may not be the same people making decisions when it's time to develop the property. Cone representatives have called this purchase a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this is such a wonderful opportunity for Cone, they should be willing to purchase the property at the current zoning and then request rezoning when they have plans in mind. This would be more respectful to the neighborhoods, frankly. Okay, and another page from GSO 2040, protect and enhance the unique character of every neighborhood, which we do not feel this rezoning does at all. Okay. Okay, Friendly Homes actually contains way more streets than are on this map. My street is off to the right. You can't see it, but it's off Whittier. And I have to say, this orange piece that is supposedly the Cone campus is a little bit deceptive, because a good bit of it is unused and has been unused for a year or two. Let me show you, and I think you may have copies of this very, very clumsy little drawing I've done here, but it gives you an idea. These are 3.5 buildings that have been unoccupied for a year or two, and they are owned by Cone. But when they say the area north of Centenary is medical offices, that is misleading, because these are not occupied. And even when they were tiny little dentist offices that barely made a ripple in the neighborhood. If you look at that map and imagine if Cone decided to simply, in one fell swoop, develop Centenary and all that empty space, I believe the effect on my neighborhood would be catastrophic. It would cease to be the neighborhood we bought into and that we've loved. Let me see if I can find a video I took for you, and let's see if we can get it to play. That would be fun. If not, I'll just do pictures. Oh boy. You know what? Okay. I'm killing my time here. Oh, thank you, thank you. This is a very brief video. This is standing and looking. That's half an empty building. That's an empty building. That's an empty building. And that's an empty building. And that is a Monday morning. That is a Monday morning. Could you get me where I'm supposed to be? That's a Monday morning, and you can see how quiet it is. And you can imagine the change. It's not just Centenary here that is at stake. There could be a big bunch of development all at once, and that is one of our fears. Okay, yeah, and then I can just zip on to, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, okay, and here are pictures. All right. So now to talk about Sunset Hills a bit, a lot of the buffers and setbacks we've talked about so far don't really address the neighborhood across the street. But a neighbor on Friendly, who is an architect, shared this visualization of a 3-story building that and what that would look like to the people across the street in Sunset Hills. And it's very good to hear that Cone is probably going to be restricted to the current footprint. That is something positive. But again, a lot can change in 2 years, and it could easily be 2 years before anything is done. Ooh, okay. We have a petition that was signed by many, many people. Hopefully you have a copy there, and people are still calling me to sign up. And I just tell them, you know, I'm sorry, it's too late, but, you know, email the city council, and hopefully some of them have. Some neighbors and church members think that if the Cone sale is not finalized, and it does depend supposedly on this rezoning, if the Cone sale is not finalized, a worse fate awaits the property and surrounding neighborhoods. But approving the rezoning because someone in the future might try to build something ugly or inappropriate would be fear-based decision-making. City Council's task is to decide if this particular rezoning right now is best for the city. Many neighbors think it is the City Council's duty to deny the rezoning until Cone comes up with a plan for the property. Who knows? Maybe the ideal next step for this landmark church would be to become a community heart, the type of inclusive community-serving space mentioned in Greensboro Parks and Recs Master Plan and in GSO 2040. And here's an example. All over the country, churches are being turned into wonderful things because, frankly, church membership is declining. Are we just going to trash these beautiful spaces? We shouldn't. If it really is great, okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to skip that because I want to give Sarah time to talk. I believe Centenary is already more than halfway to being the community heart with all the great things it's done. Even with a diminished congregation, they continue to serve the community in great ways. And finally, this artist very simply has captured an important aspect of what makes Greensboro special. With growth, hustle, and commerce in the background, in the foreground stands a place of comfort, peace, and welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Vaughn.
You
My
will
name is
also
Sarah
have
Rosenblatt.
a 5-minute rebuttal if you don't get it off.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm actually here just to reiterate what my neighbor, who I met through this opposition, so power in the people. This is how we meet neighbors to come together and rise up. Why do I oppose this? This area, as Councilmember Hightower have mentioned, this area is saturated with healthcare. My first job was with Cone Health, right in that same area. But I bought this home as a person of color because I love the area and I love what the neighborhood represented. And it allowed me to raise my family. I have a small family, a young family. And I live right across the street from Centenary. So when there was a school there, I got to hear children play. And I got to enjoy their grounds during the pandemic, which is really important during a time of stress. As Cone stated, they wanted to claim stake in this lot because of the proximity to Wesley Long, ignoring the land that they have on Green Valley, ignoring the opportunities that they have on the east side of Greensboro. I moved from the east side of Greensboro. There's literally no health care in that area. And it's devastating, and it's inequitable. Ignoring the areas in our city that remain healthcare deserts is a colonist mindset. It is absolutely the colonizer's mindset to treat land in our community like a commodity. Something to claim.
So you will have an opportunity to come back during the 5-minute rebuttal.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Mrs. Arnold or Mrs. Rosenblatt? Okay. There is a 5-minute rebuttal period for the applicants, and then you'll have the same when they're through. Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And there may be some of my colleagues who may have other comments as well. As we have had many discussions about where this is, I just want to share that as Cone Health thinks about where we are, and as we hear the community's concerns, we take that very seriously. One of the things as we think about as neighbors, we have many of our own employees who live also in the neighborhoods that we're referencing. And we understand the serious concern that would be thought about for this work. A lot of work is still yet to be done as we think about what services go where. And I agree, I think as we think about some of the repurposing of church services and repurposing of church facilities, for us, and as I think I shared Council Person Hightower, that when we look at developments, it's not just something that we flip overnight. We are not a traditional developer. We are very thoughtful in how we look at it. We're very thoughtful in what plans go forward. We're very thoughtful about some of the things that are there. And so it is not something that we say we've got a plan just here to do that. That is just not how we work. And I can tell you, having seen all the developments here in our organization, we take that very, very seriously. We do think there's opportunities for us to work closely with our neighborhoods around what would actually happen. And that's our commitment that we look at certain intervals along the development. What are we doing at certain points in time? That has to be contemplated. So I just wanted to share that as additional context. As it relates to where Cone Health is, as we know with our partnership with Rise in Health, One of the things that we are absolutely committed to is that our local Board of Trustees has the governing authority as we look at where we might invest. That has to be key. As we look at demand for services, we know right here in Greensboro, demand for services continues to grow. I will tell you, we have several properties that have been in our portfolio for quite some time, candidly, that are undeveloped, as we talked about. We are very thoughtful about how we do that. So I don't know if there's, Nick, if there's anything else you'd comment on as well, but any other thoughts?
Sure. Nick Wilkinson, Cone Health again. To reiterate what Dino said and to kind of address some of the points earlier, one of the advantages that we see about this is we're already Sunset Hills neighbors. We're already across the street. We're already right to the north of this property. We know about the Sunset Hills Christmas lights balls. I mean, we've already talked as an organization about putting those up on Wesley Long's trees that are on the corner of Friendly and Elam. So we see this as an advantage to the neighborhood. We're already there. We're already committed. We're not an out-of-town developer. We're not a commercial developer. We're here. We're happy to communicate with the neighbors. We're working with the neighbors on these buffers. And I think, we even said that this is, likely what we're going to do is expand on some of these because we have trees on all of our facilities. We see, as you all are well aware, we incorporate healing with art. So when we do develop a property, we make it pretty. We make it enjoyable for the folks that are not only the neighbors, but the folks that are coming into our facilities to receive care. That's just who we are as an organization. That's us to our core. And this is just, again, another opportunity where we can continue developing for Greensboro. We all know that Greensboro's population continues to grow. And in order to meet the demand for healthcare services outside the walls of the hospital, where it's more convenient for the consumer and the patient, we need more spaces outside the hospital. So that's why we do have property that's not developed yet. We don't know what the health services are going to be needed in the next 5 to 10 years. That's why we're taking our time to be deliberative and to work with our communities to figure out what we can bring that adds value to our community, and that's what we plan on doing here. So thank you. And we've also, behind me is Mike Orlando with our Realty Trust Group, so if you do have questions about the real estate transaction and some of the things, we're happy to answer those as well. And then we've got Lynn from the church who can speak to that perspective if you'd like to hear directly from the church and some of the things that were brought up. I think that's important as well. Lynn?
Lynn Gilbert, 20307 West Cone Boulevard. I work in the Northern Piedmont District Office for the United Methodist Church. I work with Reverend Bev Copley, who is the district superintendent. She expected to be here tonight, but unfortunately she's not feeling well, but she sent me some words to share from the church. And these are her words. I would say that our ministry goal is to equip Centenary United Methodist Church to be as strong as it can be with its new setting. Our United Methodist Connection has been working with the church for months to help this to happen. We feel Cone Health is a trusted community partner who can bring good things to 2300 West Friendly Avenue and be a great neighbor for Sunset Hills. Meanwhile, our closer United Methodist churches, such as West Market Street, Grace, and Christ, will continue to serve these neighborhoods. On behalf of the church, I would encourage the City Council to support the rezoning request.
Perfect timing. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Questions for the applicants? Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
You do.
I just have a curious question. You could easily just buy it and not rezone it.
Are you asking about why we're going through this process right now? Can I turn to Mike Orlando for that one?
Sure. So like all organizations, Mike Orlando, Realty Trust Group.
Can you raise that up so you can?
They can bring the.
He's gonna move it forward.
Give me one of these in my office. 719 Green Valley Road. So like all organizations, Cone Health has a risk profile, and to mitigate risk, we wanted to ensure that we could use it for our intended use in the future rather than doling out the capital required to purchase it and then finding out at a later date that we'd be unable to utilize the property for our intended uses. So that's the purpose.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then we do have a 5-minute rebuttal for those in opposition.
Well, they emphasize, Cone, that this is a power grab.
If you just give us your name for the record
yes,
again.
Sarah Rosenblatt, again, 2227 West Friendly Avenue. I live across the street. So let me emphasize what they just said themselves. This is a power grab. This is a land grab. It is absolutely the colonizers' mindset to treat our land and our community like a commodity, and that's exactly what's happening. They're taking claim and making stake to do something that they don't even have even imagined yet. They're disregarding, repurposing, reusing, reimagining, and that is always the colonizer's mindset. What can I do for myself, ignoring my neighbors? There's no short-term or long-term ideas and effects that it has on the neighbors. It is anti-democratic to ignore the neighbors, the community, the voters, and I hear that they're giving these faith-based claims, but I'm going to live there. When I moved into this house 8 years ago, I said they're going to carry my body out of that house. I plan to stay there forever. I plan to keep this home for my family. Is Cone going to help me sell my house when there's a big medical facility across the street and we're denying access to health care on the east side of Greensboro, exactly where I came from? This is essentially giving the corporation a blank check of land. And there's safety concerns, traffic, pedestrians that we haven't even mentioned, people crossing the street every day to go to and from Wesley Long. I see it every day. Bikers going to school, going to Grimsley. People are already flying down that street, 50 miles per hour. I saw a cop standing in the church parking lot today, trying to get speed traps. It's unsafe for our community and future EMS and future patients and future neighbors to put something in that spot. Again, there's empty buildings behind it. Green Valley is emptied and bulldozed. Let's keep in mind our neighbors, the safety of our current neighbors, and the safety of our future neighbors. The safety of the pedestrians coming from Wesley Long who are using that bus stop right there at that corner. Let's consider the people who are not here today because they're not born yet. Let's consider the future of our neighborhood and our community, and take back the power that Cone is trying to get, this blank check of land. I want to see plans, and I don't want to see it rezoned. That's all I ask.
I thought it was just a tad ironic when I heard someone say Cone did it this way to mitigate risk to themselves. Meanwhile, we feel like they're putting our futures and our homes and our neighborhoods at risk. Not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing for everybody. For some it might mean one thing, and for others it might be something else. But if it really is such a great opportunity, Cone could purchase at the current zoning and then return with the rezoning request when they have a plan. It makes ordinary citizens feel resentful and helpless to see a powerful entity like Cone skip steps that a private citizen probably wouldn't be allowed to. And denial of the rezoning would open up a unique opportunity for the future owner, Cone or whoever, to align with the GSO 2040 idea, another one, maintain an inventory of key underutilized sites and structures, and market them as opportunities to private industry and developers. So it just seems to me like if Cone really is sold on this great opportunity, they can afford the risk. We can't afford so much risk. We are little, they are big. And we hope that you will deny this rezoning. That's all I've got with 6 seconds left. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for those in opposition? Motion by Mrs. Hoffman to close the public hearing, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Comments, Mr. Matheny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a interesting, unique case on numerous levels, and there's been a lot of good comments made. I'd just like to respond to some of them. You know, you do have a church, and I looked it up on LoopNet, which is a site that real estate is usually listed. And I noticed that the site was listed on LoopNet on the market in November 15th of 2003. And the property was announced that it was under contract in June or July of 24. I think it was June of 24. So there could have been some other folks come in and buy this property, tear our church down like they did in my former neighborhood where they put a bank and some townhomes there with a drive-through. So I've seen churches demolished. That was probably 12 years ago, and the transitions that we've seen. I will tell you that it's probably rare that somebody would state that they would rather have multifamily apartments instead of health care. I think that's the first time in my 22 years of sitting up here that I've ever heard somebody want multifamily instead of health care. Cone's commitment in underserved neighborhoods, just to clarify, they've committed $150 million to underserved neighborhoods. They've committed a $54 million investment in the Pyramids Village off of Cone Boulevard in Northeast Greensboro. So, and they committed funds on a project that the city is doing in East Greensboro. So having that commitment and backing it up with funding is a commitment that they are coming through with. The conditions of the rezoning do matter. I think that the buffers that were added, the additional conditions are significant. I know this area well. I spent a year and a half at Wesley Long in the cancer center with my wife, my kids' pediatricians across the street. I know Sunset Hills. I've run with the balls or, run under them, whatever you say. I've got many friends that live in Sunset Hills. My son went to school at Our Lady of Grace. I passed by here every day for 7 years. And so I know the traffic patterns on Friendly Avenue and Market. And again, I've traveled it significant. The community heart, I would tell you that, in my opinion, that area has some of the greatest community heart assets this city has. You've got the Bicentennial Garden right around the corner. You've got the Bog Garden, not to mention the integrity of Sunset Hills in general. Land grab versus strategy. I live in a neighborhood where Cone Health purchased, I was trying to look it up, I couldn't find it. It's either, I think it was 10 acres for $15 million. They don't have a plan, but they bought it and they own it, and it was for sale for a long time. Nobody in our neighborhood raised an eyebrow. We want quality health care. So when the conversation comes up that says what is in the best interest of Greensboro, I can tell you quality health care is in the best interest of Greensboro. Period. It is our number one employer. It's our number one asset, and that doesn't include just Cone Health at this point. There's a fight for quality health care throughout, which is a great thing for our community. And so I would tell you that knowing this area as well as I do, in my maybe not 30 years of living in this city, but 24, I do think that this is a strategic play. I think it gives Greensboro a great asset. And I do believe seeing what Cone Health has done for the Women's Hospital and the asset that they built, the quality of build. I've seen some of the emails talking about fake brick and other things that just are not significant or not indicative of what Cone Health has done in their developments for the quality health care that the city deserves. And so therefore, without a doubt, and with respect to the neighborhood and to the city of Greensboro, for the best of Greensboro, I support this rezoning.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman, then Mrs. Thurm.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Like Mr. Matheny, I know this area of the city very well. I lived on Kemp Road West and then at the corner of Holden and Friendly for more than 25 years. So this is a neighborhood that I've represented now for 13 years on council and that I've lived in for nearly twice that amount of time. You know, I met with the minister, one of the other officials in their district, and several of their members last week, and then met afterward in the afternoon with the members of the community, and listened to their concerns, and called Mr. Wilkerson afterward and Mr. Terrell to express some of the concerns that the neighborhood had brought up, and suggested that it might be useful to have another neighborhood meeting in a different kind of format from the one that was originally held. And so Cone responded, and I believe that meeting was held on late Thursday afternoon or Thursday evening, and I think maybe the mayor helped facilitate that being at a little later date rather than mid-afternoon or earlier afternoon. You know, it's a sad day, I think, when we lose a place of worship, a campus of worship that stood in this city for 50 years or so. And I know this has weighed very much on the members of this church and their staff and their pastor. You know, it seems disingenuous to suggest that this church, that they could have saved this church and not have been forced to make this decision. I think it was. I know that it was very difficult decision for them, and has been several years in the making. They just didn't, wake up 6 months ago and decide they had to do this. And no one else responded to the request regarding the purchase of this property. Just something else that was brought up and said too that I think is some disinformation. Rezoning a property doesn't require a plan. You can be intent with a purchase sale agreement to purchase a property and ask for the rezoning. In doing that, I will refer you to probably, if not the most, certainly one of the most contentious rezonings we had in this city 9 years ago, 2015, and that was the Hobbs friendly rezoning that we went through there. After 3 attempts to rezone that property, it did get rezoned the third time. If you ride by there today, you will see that nothing has been built. That was rezoned really for commercial or multi-use commercial, and a plan will be developed for that property at some point in time, but nothing has been built to date. I also don't think, I think it's disingenuous to say that Cone is being treated differently. They are not. They're being treated in the same way that any other developer or individual would be treated who has a property and is asking for rezoning. I understand, and we've gone through a lot of that over the last decade or so. Change is always hard, but change is inevitable. So I'll certainly reiterate the points that Mr. Matheny made. Cone Health has served this city for about 75 years, I guess, at this point. And I believe we'll continue to serve this city for many decades to come. I appreciate their involvement in the community. We just had the Folk Festival in downtown Greensboro 2 weekends ago. Cone Health sponsored one of our main stages there. It would be very difficult for us to run that festival and make it free, totally free to our citizens without corporate and business support and sponsorship. This seems to me a logical acquisition by a healthcare system that we know well in this city. I will be supporting this rezoning this evening.
When this matter first came up and I first looked over it, I was like, I don't know. I've got some questions about this. This is right on the edge of a neighborhood. There are houses directly across the street. It's an area that more or less has looked the same since I moved to Greensboro almost 50 years ago now. And it's part of an area that I call home. And in speaking with Nick Wilkinson, I said, I don't know that I can support this. I just feel like the neighborhood needs more protection. And the neighborhood, it's a big stretch for the neighborhood. And I very much appreciated that as of a result of that conversation, Nick got back to me and said, we're going to work on additional conditions. And we're going to protect the neighbors in terms of how we deal with lighting and street lighting so that they don't have lights blaring in their face. They don't have big signage blaring in their face with bright lights. We give them more of a buffer on the periphery near the residence, and several other things. And I really appreciate that the concerns for the neighbors were understood and appreciated, and that adjustments were made to support the neighbors in the surrounding area. That's something that, since I've been on council, we have often heard and often seen from Cone Health, is that they care about our community, and they want to be a part of our community, a good neighbor in our community. As they moved, in various areas, Drawbridge, for example, they were very conscious of the area that they were moving into and the look and the feel, and making sure that their development was consistent and felt comfortable. And it wasn't some stark, huge, mammoth building that looked like a prison. They really take that into consideration in their development. And it's a group that I think listens to the people, listens to the neighbors. Listen, it's in their best interest, right? They want the neighbors as patients of theirs. They don't want to alienate the people that live in Greensboro. They need the people of Greensboro to be successful. And I have, in all my dealings with Cone, from the city council perspective, I have found them to be very caring and very good neighbors. I appreciate their efforts that they went through in ruling out additional uses, making sure that they did give the neighbors as much protection as they could. Their whole, their point about not creating any more impervious area, I think protects the neighborhood as well. And I think they have done a great job in our community with other development. I'll be supporting this because I think they care about the neighbors and they care about the neighborhood. And I think it'll be good for Greensboro. So thank you.
Mary Kay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Mr. Matheny, Mrs. Hoffman, and Mrs. Thurm have all brought up some really, really good points, and I will try not to be redundant on what they have said. One thing I did want to bring up, it has been mentioned, it's certainly not uncommon for rezoning requests to not have plans for the property. This is land use. We are moving forward on what is the best use for the land. And I, like Mr. Matheny, was kind of shocked that that a neighborhood might want multifamily apartments or living places, because usually when we have rezonings, that's the first thing that they say that they don't want, because of the increase in traffic and the increase in people and things like that. So I too was a little surprised by that. I understood about the drawings of the buildings. In fact, one of the things when I met with the neighbors on Zoom was that they wanted to make sure that the lighting would not come into their bedrooms or into their living areas. And I think Cone has done a good job of trying to assess that no matter what is built there. I know that they have tried to express that they're going to try to stay on the footprint. As you heard, there's a lot that goes on after a zoning. It has to go through TRC. They have to make sure that everything is environmentally correct. None of those should disrupt a neighborhood. And I do think that Cone has a good reputation of trying to work with people and with neighborhoods as they go in, as they did on Drawbridge, as they've done in other areas. The one question that kept coming up that is different than what everyone else has mentioned is the fact that, well, I guess Zach did mention it, about the contiguous nature of the property and some empty buildings. All of this seems to be like it will logically tie in at some point. And, they are thinking about the future. What are the health needs of the community? What is Greensboro going to need? Not only Greensboro, but our entire region, because this is on a major thoroughfare. And, we do have the collector streets that go up. But, I've been there many, many, many times, and I dare say the traffic right around there has not ever been backed up to my knowledge. But, all of those things are going to be looked at. GDOT is going to look at everything, environmental. And, their reputation in Greensboro, this is not because it's Cone. This is because their reputation has been good. They have gone out into the communities. They were only required to notify those that lived within 750 feet. But then when it was mentioned to them that they might be better if they go further than that, then they did so. And knowing especially that this may have been on the market since 2003, that's 21 years. No, 2003, wasn't it? 23, I'm sorry. I thought you said 2003. So I apologize on that one. That he did say it. That's what I thought. Yeah, but anyway, so it has been on the market a while, and I think I've heard many times from the neighbors they wish a religious assembly would have bought it, but that's not what's going on right now. One didn't, apparently. So I am going to be for this, and I think that it's in the right place for transportation. It's on a bus route. There's so many positives to this being built here, whatever they decide to build. I don't think they are going to build anything that would tarnish their reputation, and I think we can go to the bank on that. Thank you. I am in support.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, to the community and also to Cone Health, I want to say thank you for inviting me to the September 19th meeting there at the church. As I mentioned then, I was there in the back of the church, a fly on the wall, listening to the raw arguments, to the points that were made, both for and against this initiative. And as I shared then to the neighbors, I get it. This is personal. A lot of times we talk about change, but this is personal versus, in a sense, business. And this is where you lay your head. This is where you go home and rest. This is your investment. This is maybe your retirement. And so anything that has an impact on that definitely captures your attention, and very well it should. During that meeting, you offered some very good questions to the Cone leadership team, and they were able to provide you with some answers. Now, whether or not you were agreeable to the answers, they did provide some answers to you. But really, as I look at it, this is about change. And we don't always like or appreciate the change that we have. Cone Health, through a bidding process, was able to secure the property. They're looking for rezoning, obviously, because they have some continuity. They have some contiguous properties there in the area. As has been mentioned earlier, the work that Cone Health has done in this community has been good. It's been good to all parts of the community, some more than others, but they've been working on some equity pieces in the past, in the most recent past. It was mentioned earlier about off of Cone. There's also going to be some work in East Greensboro near the Windsor-Chavis Noco Park community. When it comes back to the property itself, with that change and looking at the things that have been done, they have added some conditions. Those conditions are those buffers, those extended buffers, those increased buffers. I believe that the original buffer was 35 feet, as was shown, and they've gone up to 45 feet. But also, when it comes down to what I've seen Cone do in the past, is that they've been a good neighbor. And in this case, they are a neighbor. They are a part of your community as it is. And as was said earlier by, I think, Councilmember Thurm, I can't think of a time when Cone Health has gone into a community and tried to ravage that community, but instead tried to uplift and uphold and be a good community partner, a good neighbor. You could call them one of the hearts of your community because they are that of Greensboro as a whole. So having said that, and looking at the land use of the Centenary Church, looking at the impact to the surrounding community, looking at the impact to our community as a whole, I will be supporting this application. And yes, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't belabor the point. I think we've heard enough from my other colleagues about rationale for supporting it. But what I will say is I do like the fact that there are no plans, because no plans tells me that East Greensboro is still priority on the map. And that's what I'm pushing for. If they came in here with plans, and I'm going to say, wait a minute, back up. But they've made an investment of $154 million. They're going to be inside the Windsor-Chavis NOCO complex, inside the A&T Resurgence Project, over at 29 in Pyramid Village, and it's finally our time. So I understand some land came available, you're buying it, you put in your portfolio, and I understand the neighbors' concerns. But they've done things that sometimes developers don't even do, and that is to talk to you, to hear your concerns, to add conditions, to mitigate issues, buffering, lighting. I've got a 3-story building in the back of my house right now that just got built and is still being built. And when I walk out the back door, guess what I see? Lights on the 3rd floor. That doesn't feel good. So I get what you're saying. And so they've been very proactive about addressing some of those concerns. And so with that being said, I'm going to support it as well. But the fact there's no plans for them to do anything right now tells me their money's going to come where it's needed and the services that are needed over in an underserved, overlooked, neglected area of the city of Greensboro. And so I appreciate all their intentional efforts to address those concerns. Thank you, Cone.
So I'll close it out. You know, it is not unusual for an applicant to come before us and not have a plan. But we know that there will be a medical facility of some type of annex to Cone or Wesley Long. And I know that this is a land use decision, but I think you also have to consider who the purchaser is and the trust and faith that we have in Wesley Long and Moses Cone. When you look down the street how Wesley Long has been built, and the walking trails that they put in, and the exterior areas for health and wellness, there's no reason to believe that that area would not come into the Centenary property. It only makes sense. You know, we heard a lot about the bridge that was out at Elam for a long time, and part of the issue was because it was disrupting the foot traffic up to that area and up to Wesley Long. Wesley Long appreciates good trails and walking, and I think that's what this neighborhood wants. I think you want a place that will be easy to go, and I know that people walk those trails around Wesley Long that are not patients or are not family. They are just neighbors, and they are welcome to that area. So that's one thing that impresses me about their commitment to neighborhoods. You know, they made a commitment last year, 5 and 5, which is to increase life expectancy in underserved areas by 5 years. And they are well on their way to that. When we look at Cone and Wesley Long, and we're considering who the applicant is, let's go back to 2020 when COVID was raging, and they took a building that they had mothballed and they redeployed it for COVID help. I mean, they saved thousands of lives, and I will say they were not reimbursed for a large amount of that expansion for going back in. So while this is a land use decision, it is also a partnership decision because of the trust that we have with our healthcare system. And I believe that they've done right by our city, and I believe that they're going to do right by this neighborhood. An opportunity presented itself. They have a lot of projects on the board right now. When it comes time for this property, I know that they will re-engage with the neighborhood to get their input and to see how it will best complement the surrounding area. So I am very comfortable supporting this project. And I think long term, it will be good for the area and it will be good for Greensboro. Yes.
Sorry, I had meant to say this earlier, and I'd like to thank Ms. Arnold for actually putting some emphasis on our sculpture here in the chamber. This is entitled "Greensboro is Our Home." It was my concept to do this. I commissioned Jim Gallucci and worked with Jim on the design and gifted this sculpture to the city. But what I will tell you about Cone is that in the last year and a half or 2 years, Cone has done has done 3 major public art installations, or I think 2 actually, and the 3rd one is coming up, in their various facilities here. I'm a trustee of our public art endowment, which is a part of the Greensboro, the foundation, and so I appreciate very much Cone's commitment to public art, and I hope that commitment will follow with whatever the design for this project ultimately is. And with that, I move the item.
So we have a motion and a second. Will this require a statement of consistency? If you would read that into the record, please.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its actions to approve the rezoning request for the property at 2300 West Friendly Avenue from R5 residential single family to CDPI conditional district public and institutional to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form land map, built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDPI zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Okay. We'll now move on to items H2 and H3. Items H2, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 5019 Summit Avenue, 1.97 acres, Christy Lynn and Bill Dean Buckner. And item H3, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5019 Summit Avenue, Christy Lynn and Bill Dean Buckner. We do not have any speakers on these items. Mr. Kirkman, if you could do a brief overview.
Yes, I'd be glad
And
to.
I don't understand why people have rezonings and don't show. But
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
that
Okay.
was just more of an editorial comment.
Oh, okay. Again, the request is to annex the property into the City of Greensboro and then establish original zoning from County RS 30, which is residential single family, to City R3 residential single family. Northeast and south of this property is zoned County RS 30. West of the property is zoned City CDR5 conditional district residential single family. The subject property currently contains a single family dwelling, and north of the property is also a single family dwelling. East and west are undeveloped land, and south of the request is undeveloped land and Interstate 840. The subject site is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. Staff, in recommending approval of this, notes that this request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life, variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. This zoning request does allow uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area, and again, we are recommending approval of these requests. Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items at their August 19th meeting and recommended unanimously both the annexation and the original zoning, and there were no speakers at that meeting.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Do we have a motion?
Yes, that's an existing single-family dwelling. They wanted to connect to city services, and then under our policy requires annexation.
So we did have a motion down here with Dr. Wells and seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. And then the next one will require a statement of consistency. Well, so I need a second. And H2 passed 8-0. H3 is also moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5019 Summit Avenue from County RS 30 residential single family to City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. That passes 8-0. I'm going to take H4 and H5 together. After that, we will take a brief recess because we're coming up to the 7:30 hour, and the next item might take a minute. So H4 and H5, we do not have anybody signed up to speak. H4 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 1611 Pleasant Ridge Road, 1.09 acres, Jessica C. and Roman H. Williams, and H5, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1611 Pleasant Ridge Road, Jessica C. and Roman H. Williams. If you could give us a brief overview.
I would be happy to. Again, the request is to annex this property into the City of Greensboro and establish original zoning from County RS40 residential single family to City R3 residential single family. North and west request is currently zoned County RS40. East and south of this property is located in areas within the Piedmont Triad Airport Authority, so there's no local zoning designation for those properties. The subject property is a single-family dwelling, and to Mr. Holston's question earlier, this is also requesting services from the city, and that's what's initiating the annexation request. Again, north and west requests single-family dwellings, and east and south is undeveloped land that is part of the airport property. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. Again, we find in supporting this request that it does meet the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal, and the filling in our framework goal allows uses that are similar to those in the surrounding area, and we recommend those requests. Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this item at their August 19th meeting, unanimously recommended approval of both the annexation and original zoning. There was one speaker in favor of that item at that hearing. Can answer any questions.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. And H5 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 1611 Pleasant Ridge Road from County RS40 residential single family to City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Well, that will pass 8-0. It did? Everybody voted? Okay, great. All right, we're now going to take a brief recess, and then we will have item H8.
The Greensboro Fire Department has a brand new tool to help educate children and adults about fire safety. The Greensboro Fire Safety Trailer is on the road now, thanks to committed city staffers and a generous community partner. Sharon Maney is the past president of the Kiwanis Club of Greensboro. How did the club get involved with this city and this particular gift?
So Kiwanis of Greensboro, our mission is to support children, one community and one child at a time. And our club typically likes to help children who are hungry. So this was brought to our attention for the need to educate children how to cook and how to feed themselves and how to prevent fires. So we were thrilled to be able to have that opportunity to engage and be involved.
So, of course, you've been involved with the project from the very beginning. To see it actually here in person, actually getting ready to go out to schools and to community centers and to really go to the children, what is it like?
For me personally, it sort of closes that gap and that loop, but it's also very touching to know that, to hear the chief today to say 75% of fires with children start in the kitchen, and to know that when you're thinking about hungry children and trying to cook, the fact that we could do something not only to help feed them, but to help prevent them from getting an accident, it's just powerful. It's incredibly powerful.
And have you been able to tour it yet?
Not yet, but I'm on my way.
We're going to start today with a demonstration on severe weather. Here in our new safety trailer, we can demonstrate an earthquake, a flash flood, a hurricane, or a tornado. We definitely would warn folks that if they have any children with sensory issues or who may get scared, that this does get very, very loud. We have a subwoofer in here that goes up to about 80 decibels. We will simulate thunder and lightning, but I can stop it at any time.
This includes the city of Apalachicola, Southern Gulf County, Panhandle, Florida. This includes the city of Fort Springfield. That's 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 5:50 p.m. EDT. National Weather Service non-radar indicated a developing tornado near Fort Springfield, moving east at 20 miles per hour. The tornado.
I think there's a fire outside. See the smoke coming through? What we want you to do is feel the back of the door, and if it's warm, oh, it is warm. And we wouldn't want you to open the door, right? We keep that door closed. And we could get something in the room. Do you see anything in the room where we can block that smoke? Pillow or the towel, right? So we can get the pillow or the towel and cover that up. Cover that up to stop that smoke from coming in. Oh, look, we got more fire. I think. I pressed it. Make sure button. Call 911. We can practice calling 911. And do you know your address?
I do.
A lot of kids don't know their address, so we work on that. And then we call 911 and we go to the window and wait for the firefighters to come and we can outspeed through the window.
Welcome once again to the Greensboro Fire Life Safety Trailer. We're going to demonstrate our kitchen fire now, being the #1 cause of home fires, not only in Greensboro, the whole state, but the entire country. So a lot of times people will leave the kitchen, they'll not be paying attention to what they're doing, and that's when most culinary mishaps, as we call them, will occur. So we're going to start by turning on our fire on the top of the stove. We'll turn on our burner. You'll start to hear it's making a little bit of a hissing sound as if it were a gas oven. We'll start our fire on the top. We'll begin to emit smoke. I can also start a fire inside the oven. That will start to go. We have working smoke alarms here in our safety trailer, and they have turned on. We have a heating source up above us that will simulate that it's getting hotter and hotter in the kitchen area. Now we're at a point where it's either time to get out, or if we have a person that has the ability and the comfort level of using an in-home fire extinguisher, they can attempt to put the fire out themselves. We would recommend probably a 5-pound ABC rated extinguisher. That's for common combustibles. We always want folks to remember the acronym of PASS, which is pull, aim, squeeze, and sweep. Pull the pin out of it, aim it at the base of the fire, squeeze the trigger, and sweep it around. So we're getting to the point where it's getting pretty hot in here. Are we able to put this fire out? I think we have a volunteer here that wants to help us. You can just aim it at that fire. It's going to emit a green dot, and it'll put it out. So you're taking care of that fire. You can go ahead and try to put it off down there. But our #1 suggestion to everyone if they have a fire inside of their oven is to close the door. Try to keep the heat in there and prevent the fire from spreading even more. One of the great things is I can also stop the fire demonstrations at any time if for some reason it's gotten too hot for someone or we're getting a little bit of smoke in here. We do have a fan that will take the smoke out, but that's a simple demonstration on a stovetop cooking fire. Of course, if you don't have an extinguisher around, the number one thing that people can do is simply put a lid on top of the pan, take the air away from it. We can simulate a fire over here in our trash can. We can simulate a fire up in our cabinet. And it's the same thing. If you aim the extinguisher at it, you can put the fire out. There we go. As we take a look at electrical hazards throughout the home, in our bedroom fire, we do have the door can get smoked up. We can also have an outlet that will smoke, and there is also an air conditioner. And the biggest thing with any electrical appliance is simply unplugging. This toaster was used a little bit earlier. We'll plug it in. Somebody else knew that there was a problem with it. I plugged it back in and started to use it, and it's smoking. So the number one thing you do is unplug it right away and take away that power source from it, because that's going to solve most of your problems. The microwave as well, we can get to start to spark and everything like that. Sometimes people may put aluminum foil in there by mistake, or they have an electrical short. Again, simply unplug it. Again, our working smoke alarms are going off that we have here in our safety trailer, and hopefully everyone in the city of Greensboro and surrounding areas has those working smoke alarms as well, and they know that they're not expired because they are manufactured within the last 10 years. So let's smoke it up real high. Let's do everything. Give it a little bit of time. Let's really let it get warm in here, really let the smoke start up. And even so, we could turn the interior light off. Let's turn that light off.
Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing.
Let's give it a little more time. Let's let it get good and smoked up. Now, as you watch this start to grow, obviously this smoke is fake, but you have 2 minutes or less to get out of your residential dwelling in the event of a fire. So smoke is going to start to bank down closer to the ground. We tell people as soon as the fire strikes, you need to get out and stay out, because that smoke is going to get to where you're no longer going to be able to breathe. If this were real smoke making its way towards us, we've had this on for probably 45 to 60 seconds. If you were to go up into there, you would probably be overcome by the smoke and not able to get out. So this is getting to where it's a little bit too big for us, but for this scenario, we'll go ahead and let you put it out. We think we can handle it from back here. So our trash can is going out, our cabinetry is going out, we have the stovetop fire, and we'll go ahead and kill that fire in the oven. And you can see everything is heated up top here to get that simulation of the heat that is starting to rise into the ceiling from something burning. Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
This is the future.
And if y'all really want to be scared, look down at the outlet. Turn the kitchen light on.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks to Councilwoman Abuzawader, we escaped that kitchen fire, and we all learned a whole lot about fire safety. Again, look for the fire safety trailer on the roads, going to community celebrations, to schools, and all kinds of groups to help educate children and adults about fire safety.
We are all aware of the importance of water and how it moves. From the highest points of land, it moves downstream, through streams and rivers, eventually making its way to the sea. Cities like ours collect and treat this resource so it can be used safely by all residents. But this water does not belong to us alone. Once it's been used, it's collected again, treated, and released back into those same rivers and streams, which take it downstream to our neighbors and other towns and cities who depend on it just as much as we do. The City of Greensboro Water Resources collects and treats as much as 11.9 billion gallons per year. Take a moment to think about how you use water daily. When we take showers, we use soap, shampoo, and other products. When we wash dishes and our clothes, we use detergent. Most of what we use water for at home, aside from drinking and cooking, require that we add some product to it. Any personal care products, cosmetics, hair treatment, things that you wash off, all end up in the wastewater that is treated and sent to our neighbors, who use the water for the very same things. It's important that we consider the safety of our downstream neighbors as we use water in our city. By being aware of the types of products we are using, we can avoid the buildup of harmful byproducts. For example, 1,4-dioxane, which is a byproduct of a manufacturing process called ethoxylation, is found in many common household products. This organic chemical is one of many found in trace quantities in both ground and surface waters throughout the U.S. Uses and sources of 1,4-dioxane include industrial solvent stabilizer found in paint strippers, varnishes, soaps, makeup and personal care products, antifreeze, etc. It also exists as an unintended byproduct in manufacturing and recycling of certain plastic and polyester products. Because 1,4-dioxane is a byproduct of the manufacturing process, it's not listed on the label of household products. Read the label of any product that generates suds. Try to avoid chemicals ending in ETH, for example, sodium lauryl sulfate, as well as products that have chemicals ending in oxanol and PEG. Often these chemicals are found in things like laundry detergents, shower gels, and personal care products that create suds. Paints, dyes, waxes, and grease can also contain these chemicals. You can look for unfragranced Castile soaps, or wording like USDA organic and made safe as alternatives. For more information about these alternative products, you can visit the Environmental Protection Agency website at www.epa.gov/saferchoice/products. The City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department has been investigating sources of 1,4-dioxane within the city's sewer collection and wastewater treatment facilities since 2015. Considerable progress has been made, and the department continues to work proactively with local industries through the Industrial Pretreatment Program. Greensboro has a long and strong working relationship with NCDEQ and appreciates its guidance and assistance in our efforts. Through these partnerships, the city fully commits to developing a management strategy to further reduce the release of 1,4-dioxane into waterways that may potentially impact downstream communities who rely on the Hall River and Cape Fear River for their source water. For more information, please visit the City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department online at greensboro-nc.gov/water.
All right, we are going to move on to item number H8, which is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 632 North Elm Street, Robert Mason Schemmerhorn, on behalf of BMS Investment Properties, LLC. Mr. Kirkman.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request this evening is to rezone this property from R7 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily. North of the request is currently zoned RM12 residential multifamily. East of the request is zoned R5 residential single family and RM12 residential multifamily. South of the request is zoned office O, and west is zoned R5 residential single family. The subject property currently contains a quadplex. North of the request is a tourist home. East of the request are single-family and multifamily dwellings. South of the request is a duplex, and west of the request is a park. The property is designated as commercial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban central in the future built form map. excuse me. In recommending approval of the request, the staff notes that this request does support the comprehensive plan's filling our framework goal to provide missing middle housing and the creating great places strategy to meet housing needs and desires with a sufficient and diverse supply of housing products, prices, and locations. Proposed zoning district does allow land uses that are compatible with the general character of the area and would permit an existing non-conforming use to become conforming. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a hearing on this item on their August 19th meeting that recommended approval 6-2. There was 1 speaker in favor and 3 in opposition. Would note the Planning and Zoning Commission noted in their decision a separation between the decision on the use rights associated with the rezoning and the staff determination and administrative approvals related to short-term rentals. So I can answer any questions for the council.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman?
I guess I do. Maybe I can wait till after.
He's not going anywhere.
I'll be right over here.
We can wait. I can wait for the speakers if you want to.
Okay, so we will start with those in favor. Jesse, Grace, Angela, or Angelia Espinoza. You have 3. This is rezoning. You're not in favor? Okay, so those in favor, if you would come to the podium.
Hello, my name's Jessie Grace. I live at 4526 Peoples Road in Oak Ridge. Sorry. So we're here today just to talk about this rezoning request. Thank you. The first thing I just wanted to mention was that for the last 30 years listed on the GIS, we have been, or this location has been deemed use for 4 units as rentals. Sorry. And during our renovations, we went through a 2-year renovation period. We were required to pull 5 permits by the City of Greensboro, which consisted of 4 apartments and 1 lobby. We were also required to meet the fire code standards of an RM18 building by the City of Greensboro and have received all of those passes. We're requesting for the RM18 because it fits the current use of 4 units per 0.25 acres and have already completed the renovations and have no intent on further changing anything of the property or the residents. Regarding the short-term rental permits, we had rentals and reservations at this listing prior to the new change of 750 feet. When we put our permits in, we were told that we had a double non-conforming use just due to the zoning, which was why we went in for the zoning request, which was approved. And we did go to the Fisher Park Neighborhood Community Association meeting as part of our outreach to see, how we can comply with the neighborhood and preserve the historic building that we have. But we were approved for the rezoning, and with that, our STR permits, which would have technically been grandfathered in anyway, had also been approved. Just going off of the discussion that might be raised about us having any permits in the future. So by operating in 2023, 632 North Elm was already grandfathered in and granted a non-conforming use for the property. Any permit requests regarding the rules of the city communicated in 2023, any permit requests for short-term rentals that were in operation during 2023 can provide documentation such as online listing, rentals agreements, or proof of payment and reservations, which we did, which would anyway then exemplify us from the 750 feet and 25% rule. So we are trying right now really to just stay within the same use that we already are. We don't want to change anything from what we've already done with our renovations, and we just want to be zoned properly according to regulation and where our land is. That's all.
Do you have a question for the applicant?
Yes, ma'am. So how long did you do your short-term rentals? How long?
We completed renovations in summer of 2023 and then began renting shortly after that. We had a few rentals via the Airbnb platform, but then also through private booking prior to December 31st, 2023.
So renovations completed in 2023, and then you went to short-term rentals. I think I just can't get past the short-term rental. I really want to hear the rest of it, but I guess I'm a little confused, Mike.
Well, because it's a double non-conforming.
Right.
And I don't recall at the zoning meeting, because I was there, if they even addressed the short-term rental. Did they? It came up, but I don't think they voted necessarily.
No, because this is about the zoning.
Zoning, the duplex, right. So it's not approved as short-term rental, is what she just said.
I think I don't know, I won't speak for the applicant, but I think what she's saying is the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the zoning, and then that approval was appealed, which is what brought you to the City Council this evening, just to clarify the history there.
Yeah, because I was at the zoning meeting. I was sitting in the audience. So I know the zoning was approved for the 4, but not the STRs.
I can try to clarify. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So when the new rule came in, we went to permit, just as one would, which would have been, we supplied all the information proving our reservations prior to January 2024. So we assumed we would have been grandfathered into the short-term rental permit. However, because we had a double non-conforming use, we were told we would have to rezone in order to get those permits approved. Once we were approved for the rezoning, our permits came through as approved and then got placed on hold via the appeal for the rezoning. And the only reason I brought the STR permits up was because the appeal reason I had was submitted due to the potential future use of STR permits being non-allowed at this location, which would be false.
Okay. One other question for me, too. Do you have parking? What is your parking like on site?
It has
Do you have 4
on the lot.
duplexes?
It's right behind the residence within the lot. Is already there parking.
So it's contained on the
yes, and
property?
we do share part of the parking lot with a neighbor next door.
Okay, but for your 4 units, you are able to accommodate?
Yes. All guests within our parking facility.
Right, and resident and their guests?
Yes.
And so you were remodeling these units, so they had not been on the market through all of 2023.
Not through the entirety of 2023, no. Only after the renovations were done.
And that was?
In August.
Yeah, she said summer 2023.
But we passed the short-term rentals in March.
And right, earlier.
And
I thought so. And yeah, and for me, the 750 is the key. We worked on that.
So,
yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Quick question, and I know that this is a zoning issue, but obviously the short-term rentals are the elephant in the room. Mr. Kirkman, right now the short-term rental permits are in place for this property, correct?
Yeah, so let me walk through kind of how we got to this point.
And if you could, they are in place now, and then if we approve this zoning or if we disapprove or deny, what happens to those short-term rentals, even though this is a zoning case?
Right. So let me try to give a quick history of how we got to this point. So basically, when City Council adopted the short-term rental ordinance in May 2023, there was an effective date of January 1st, 2024, where there was a period of time to start doing the implementation piece on that. That deadline of where it was implemented was pushed back to April 1st later on. When the ordinance was adopted, we estimated there were approximately about 700 short-term rentals that were active in the city of Greensboro. We didn't have an exact number at that point in time, but based on conversations with Airbnb and other folks, we had an idea of a number of rentals in place. So in consultation between planning staff, city manager's office, and in consultation with our legal staff, create a policy to try to figure out what to do with those existing short-term rentals. The policy set up that if a short-term rental was in operation, which means it had active listings, it was actively promoting itself, there was some evidence that there was the ability to rent that property for 30 days or less at any time during 2023, it could be considered a non-conforming use for the purposes of evaluation of the separation requirement that was adopted with the ordinance. So that's where that question came from. So what the applicant's referring to is that they applied for the zoning permit, as all short-term rentals are supposed to do. We raised the question because there were 4 units in the building. If they had been in operation and could provide evidence to that effect, they did provide evidence of listings and information that showed that they were active in December of 2023 in all 4 of the units on there. So from that perspective, they could be considered as non-conforming uses. However, the existing quadplex on the property is also a non-conforming use right now because it's single-family zoning. And so our ordinance does not allow the city to put a second non-conforming use on the property with an existing non-conforming use. So basically there were 2 options that the owner and applicant had. They could either go to the Board of Adjustment and request the ability to add another non-conforming use, or they could rezone the property to make the existing quadplex a conforming use. And so that's the route that they've taken, is to request that the zoning be changed so that the existing 4-unit quadplex could be considered a conforming use. So to answer your question, Mr. Holston, if the City Council approves the zoning case this evening, then yes, the short-term rental permits for the 4 units could be approved by the city. If the City Council votes to deny the request, then they would only have the legal rights to do a short-term rental in 1 of the units, because that's the standard that is applied in the short-term rental ordinance. Does that help clarify?
It does, and let me just say, and I know this is about the zoning, it's not about the STR, but I would disagree. I don't think they met the spirit of what we passed.
What we went through.
And, you know, if you went in December and you quickly got these short-term rentals on the market, it was not the spirit that we were looking for. And, you know, legal could weigh in on whether or not that met the letter of the law, but it certainly didn't meet the spirit of the law, especially since we passed it back in March and we started issuing violations, I think, sometime in May. So I just have a problem with the short-term rental, and the way to fix that problem would be to deny the zoning.
Okay. And if I may ask too, why not the Board of Adjustment? Because, yes ma'am, because I assume you shared options with her, with the applicant. So
yes, we did.
From my understanding of what you just said, Board of Adjustment could have granted the additional non-conforming use, which would have limited to 1 STR.
The Board of Adjustment could have allowed the non-conforming use, the additional non-conforming use, which would have allowed for the 4 short-term rentals. If the board evaluated that, so there again 2 options to consider. Staff did not have that authority. The ordinance was very clear that we cannot add an additional non-conforming use to this property.
I get that, but I think what I'm trying to get down the road of, it sounds like to me then both of these choices say you got 4 short-term rentals in 1 building.
If either of those groups approved their process, yes.
Well, for me, that's a problem because we went through this whole 750 feet deal, you know, in order to eliminate having so many short-term rentals right there together. So my other question would be, you got a 4-unit quad, all 4 short-term rentals. Where is the next short-term rental within that? Everybody else then, to me, would be in violation because that's a total of how many feet?
Well, it would still be 750.
I'm
It's
asking
750 from the building.
Yeah, but think about it. though.
Just to clarify, the 750-foot separation is for single-family and duplexes, and that's property line to property line. If you have a multifamily building, then it's 1 unit or 25% of the total units in that building, whichever is greater. Just want to clarify that.
And so you said by denying this rezoning, would allow the one unit.
They would have rights to do one of the units as a short-term rental if this zoning case is denied, yes.
And that's what I heard, but that's not what he turned around and repeated.
Mary Kay?
So, I just want to make sure I have this straight from the applicant. What were you operating as prior to the renovations?
The property itself was listed and running out an office and/or motel for.
A what now?
A motel?
Yeah, that's what it says listed as on GIS database.
Okay, I'm getting more confused.
So
the owner bought the property and then immediately started renovations.
So in March of
going through
2023, what was it?
Under renovation.
All right, so prior to the renovation, what
Right,
was
that's
it?
that's what I was going.
Oh, when the house was purchased?
Yes.
I guess. It was RM7.
It's been a 4-unit quadplex for many years.
Okay, it's been a 4-unit quad. That's what was not coming across.
So sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you,
Wasn't
thank
understanding
you.
the question.
So it has been a quadplex. And I think the concern is with the community that it's a short-term rental.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little
That's
better
the
to
double-
understand.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the
The
double
double
non-
non-conforming.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mike, and thank you.
Right, the
Sorry, thank you.
quadplex was non-conforming because it was in a
Right, right.
residential. Right.
And that wasn't coming through clear that it was already a quad.
Right, it was already a quad.
And the STR is what made it non-conforming on that.
Double.
Yes, double.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm confused. I need to
Is
get
there
some
anything
more-
else you'd like to offer at this time?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as you had stated about the spirit of the new law.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
We can't hear you.
Yes, sorry. Is that better? We didn't. We had multiple reservations from October through. We really tried. We kind of went into it quickly after the renovations. They took so long, but we were trying very much to keep the integrity of the property and really refresh and restore it, but in its natural state as opposed to kind of going away from it. In the interim of all this, we've had long-term rentals. It's not that we necessarily are pushing and desperately wanting to have 4 STRs in this property, but we do want to be, zoned properly, or at least have. We weren't aware of the non-conforming use to begin with, and only found out through the process of getting permits. Just to be within guidelines, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you with BMS? Is that who you with BMS?
I'm the property manager. He's the owner.
For BMS?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And you'll have an opportunity, you'll have a 5-minute rebuttal period if there's anything you want to address that the opponents say.
Okay, thank you.
So now there's 15 minutes for the opponents.
So does she want all 4 units for the short-term rental now, as opposed to long-term? I think so.
Thank you for your patience. Ready to proceed? Yes. Good evening, council members, Mayor Vaughn. My name is Jim Coleman. I'm a member of the Fisher Park Neighborhood Association Board, a resident of Fisher Park, and the views I express herein are strictly those of the board and myself, no other entity or person. Regarding the rezoning request for 632 North Elm Street from single-family to multifamily, the Neighborhood Association Board humbly requests certain conditions be attached to the rezoning request for good cause. Back on July 29th, the representatives of the owners met with the Neighborhood Association Board, and they confirmed a few pertinent facts. First, that the property had been operating in a non-conforming use through 4 rental subunits for decades prior to and continuing during their ownership. Second, they expressed intention to rent out as many units as short-term rental units as permitted to fill in gaps between their long-term tenants and what they described as midterm tenants, greater than 30 days and less than 6 months. Third, beginning in December 2023, 2 of the units were rented as short-term rentals, continuing into the new year. Second, non-conforming use. Other facts relevant to your inquiry include: 1, there is an approved short-term rental unit located immediately next door at 632 North Elm. Second, on July 22nd, city staff expressed in an email regarding the property, quote, "City staff does not have the authority under the Land Development Ordinance to allow a second non-conforming use on the same property with an existing non-conforming use, so the owners elected to rezone the property so the existing quadplex can be considered conforming. This would then allow the existing short-term rentals as non-conforming uses and not subject to the spacing number of unit limitations for short-term rentals. Our board's position is that grandfathering 2 non-conforming uses is contrary to the letter and intent of the short-term rental ordinance and land development ordinance. As this council is aware, after much public input, a short-term rental ordinance was passed in 2023 and effective in 2024. That ordinance restricts rentals of 30 days or less to regulations including that short-term rentals are only allowed in residential dwelling units. Second, the short-term rentals must be separated from other short-term rentals by 750 feet measured from the property line if located in a single-family or 2-family dwelling. And third, no more than 1 dwelling unit or 25% of dwelling units within a multifamily building can be used for short-term rental. That ordinance, according to the city's website, also states that non-conforming STRs, non-conforming STR owner-operators must comply with the new regulations if they did not operate their STR for 12 consecutive months, which this property did not. Finally, the ordinance states that, according to the city's website, new STRs established on or after January 1st, 2024 must comply with all new regulations, and all short-term rental owners/operators must obtain a zoning permit by May 20th, 2024. In short, the Fisher Park Neighborhood Association Board is asking this council to remand the decision back down for the following reasonable restrictions to be placed on this request to rezone 632 North Elm Street to RM18, which recognize that grandfathering in 2 non-conforming uses would be unjust and detrimental to the city's overall zoning plan. First, we would ask that you restrict permitted uses to residential uses only, allowing ownership to, among other things, rent the property as 4 subdividing units to long-term tenants. Second, clarify that the property must comply with all new short-term rental regulations, and restrict the property from operating as a short-term rental as long as approved short-term rentals are operating within 750 feet of the property line, and restricting the percentage of units available for short-term rental to 25%. Thank you.
This one. And what was, you already flashed on it. Go back over one more. That one. We'll start with that one first. And then that one. Thank you. Thank you. I'm short. Good evening. My name is Cheryl Pratt, and I live at 910 Magnolia Street. Thank you, Mayor Vaughn and City Council members, for hearing our appeal regarding the rezoning of 632 North Elm Street from R7 to RM18. The property in question was a single-family home that had been divided into 4 one-bedroom apartments for decades. It was a Wentz property. So a lot of you understand what that means. It was in terrible shape. The new owners have renovated nicely, and we appreciate that. However, in 2023, a multi-neighborhood short-term rental group formed to work with City Council and staff to have clear neighborhood supporting rules for short-term rentals. I met several of you personally during these negotiations, and I greatly valued your support. This property was grandfathered in as a multi-family rental and a single-family zoning, and as such was considered a non-conforming use. The owners first began renting 2 short-term rental units in December of 2023. They didn't get a CO until September of 2023. All summer long was not happening. They didn't have a certificate of occupancy until September. The STR regulations were at this time, yes, clearly posted on the city website, and according to the city's website today, non-conforming properties are required to operate for 12 consecutive months to be considered for an STR permit. There's a screenshot that came off of my laptop on September 22nd, 2024, 2 days ago, of the city website, where it says that non-conforming, I don't think this is the right one, non-conforming STR owner-operators have to comply with the new regulations if they did not operate their STR for 12 consecutive months. So it still says that on the city website. This is the wrong page. It looks like this. Ooh, there we go, that. Do y'all see that page?
Yes.
It's there. 12 months. They operated for 1. Okay. The owners and neighbors
Are you saying it's not there now?
Pardon?
Are you saying it's not there now?
No, it is there.
Yes.
I took that picture Sunday.
Yes.
And sent it in. It's still there.
12 consecutive months.
Yeah, and they started in December of 23. The owners and neighbors were informed by city staff that they could not be issued short-term rental permits until the house was rezoned as multifamily. To do so was considered the additional non-conforming use. Per city staff, one property could not have 2 non-conforming uses. The owners have continued to short-term rent without a permit through to the rezoning and continue now. On July 28th, there was a very loud and very large teenager party held in a short-term rental at 632. The police report is in your packet. Didn't need to be scrolled up on the screen?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. Yeah, when you get to the second or third page, they ended up sending it like 4 cars. It was a big group. Okay. And we talked about that as far as strikes, Mayor Vaughn, when we were talking about short-term rentals. The city has informed us that they plan to issue 4 short-term rental permits for this property. This completely ignores the short-term rental regulations, as it's within 750 feet of Angel Bed and Breakfast, which has been operating right next door for 7 years and following all the rules. And also the 1 unit or 25% rule. There are 2 units operating for 1 month in 2023 as a double non-conforming use cannot be used to grandfather them in. It is illegal, per our land use attorney, to grandfather in a use that was not previously legal in the first place. So our argument is that there cannot be short-term rentals in this property. They're right next to a bed and breakfast that's already operates as a short-term rental. With the RM18 zoning, it does match the property use of 4 units, but however you can deal with the short-term rentals not being allowed in this property is great with me. And we'd like it to be multifamily residential use only if it stays RM18. Do you have any questions for me? Okay.
I do. You mentioned, can you go back and repeat what you just said about what the land use attorney told you?
That it is illegal to grandfather in a use that was not previously legal in the first place. It is not legal to have 2 non-conforming uses on a property, so the time that they operated as an STR, that's 2 illegal uses per their zoning and use, and so the city can't grandfather that in and give them short-term rental permits. You don't get to grandfather something that's not legal.
Okay.
If it was one non-conforming, they can do it, but not two.
Okay, so was your land use attorney saying we can't, it's illegal to do two, or it's just illegal to do a non-conforming use?
Well, he also said you really can't grandfather in non-conforming uses, that it has to be done as amnesty and it has to come before you, that city staff does not have that power.
Right.
But
they don't.
For two non-conforming uses, definitely not. City staff does not have the power to grandfather in two non-conforming uses.
Right, and I got us on that, but the grandfathering in.
Well, they have in there that if it's operating anytime in 2023, they want to say, well, then you're a short-term rental. You operated anytime in 2023. And that's what they're grandfathering, is the time in 23.
So tell me, Mr. Attorney, you're shaking your head. Help me clarify.
Yeah, I'm going to walk through a couple things, and then I think that the attorney may want to add to this. Ms. Pratt is correct generally that you have to have a use legally established before you can grant nonconforming status because of a change in ordinance. In this case, with short-term rentals, we have many short-term rentals that have been operating in the city for some period of time before the city actually officially defined the term and established regulations for them. So we have that similar relationship where a use was kind of operating and there was nothing specific to that use, and then a new definition and new standards were put in place in the ordinance. So that's part of the conversation. The issue that Ms. Pratt's pointing to on there was getting to two different questions. There's a first question of how could the city determine nonconforming status. That was the discussion in the policy about operating sometime during 2023, but not 12 months. The second part of that on that website is speaking to if you have a nonconforming use, at what point in time would that nonconforming use then need to come into conformance? So basically, after it's already been going, something may happen that says, okay, now you must be in conformance with the rules, and that's what that second part is on that on the website that's being pointed to there.
And I got that. I think y'all not answering my question. So I get that because I do. It has not been operating for a year. I mean, that's just clear. Short-term rental has not.
If you have a non-conforming use and you discontinue use for 12 consecutive months, then you lose the non-conforming. The non-conforming use allows you to continue to use as a non-conforming use legally. If you stop using it for that purpose for 12 consecutive months, you no longer can use that non-conforming use legally. That's what that's
Quite what the STR FAQ page says.
Yeah.
It says if
Well,
you
we'll have
did
the
not
question-
operate their STR for 12 consecutive months.
Look at the top. The top of it says, what will happen with my existing STR now that there are new regulations? So if you had an existing STR, it would have been a non-conforming use, right? And you would have been okay. But then you stop using it as an STR for 12 consecutive months. Now you can't go back and use it as an STR and claim non-conforming use because it's over. That's quite different from a person who has a use prior to it being non-conforming because there's no rule. And then the rule comes into effect. We consider that to be a pre-existing right. So the 12 months has to do with when you lose it, not when you get it. As long as you were using it for STR before the law came into effect, then you should be able to take that as a non-conforming use and have the right to use it going forward.
Is the question that on 12/31 of 2023, the documents state that STR should have been in effect for 12 months, but it sounds like the practice
It didn't say that.
It did.
See, and that's what I understand.
Look at
You have to look at the top. I agree. You have to look at the heading that
fact.
says
This is a fact,
existing.
right? Frequently asked questions. You look at the question and you look at the answers to that question.
So did everybody who had an STR before 12/31/2023, whether for a minute or for 12 months,
right,
had an STR?
They had a non-conforming use. Non-conforming use is a use that's legal and then the rules change. So it was legal and then the rules changed. Now, how long they could maintain that would require them to use it periodically, within every 12 months. If they had 12 months of non-use of the non-conforming use, then they would lose the right to be non-conforming. That's what that's talking about.
In this case, we don't have a case where it was not used. It was used.
In this case, what we're talking about is not the loss of the STR. We're talking about the gaining of it. It's essentially the gaining of the non-conforming status. So when you all changed the rules and they were using it for that purpose, they didn't have to have been using it for 12 months. Okay.
Right.
They're not, so I think I'm okay.
So as of January 1, 2024, they were using it.
Yes.
And so, but it's still non-conforming.
Well, non-conforming means that you got a rule that has changed.
Right.
And you were operating legally before, and now they changed the rules on you, and you now would be illegal.
So then
but you got a non-conforming use that's going to be allowed because it's
Well, and whether or not it was legal is debatable because there was not an ordinance at that point. It was kind of silent to the short-term rentals. It didn't fit in with the tourist home, and it didn't fit in with the other definitions. So you could, it wasn't a bed and breakfast. It wasn't a tourist home. So it was silent on short-term
If you
rentals.
looked at enforcement, the city had how many people doing this? I think.
So on 12/31, they had an STR, period. On 1/1, they had a non-conforming STR, but that non-conforming was then added to the existing zoning issue, and now they have two non-conforming issues because the zoning issue came into the picture, was already there. Is that right?
So, yes.
The quadplex
correct.
was already
The
non-conforming.
quadplex was already non-conforming.
And then on 12/31/2023, quadplex non-conforming, STR good.
Sometime during 2023,
2024, the STR became non-conforming. That was the double on 1/1.
Yes. That's a good way of approaching it. And I would note, this is not the ordinance. This was our attempt to convey information to the public. So I apologize if there was confusion on that, but this is not what the ordinance is saying and how it is applied.
There was no confusion. It originally said exactly what it says now. Non-conforming STR owners, operators have to comply with the new regulations if they did not operate their STR for 12 consecutive months.
Right, so
and then they changed it to from 12 months in 2023 to any time in 2023. There was no transparency with that change. It was never announced to the neighborhoods or the short-term rental group. It just happened. So it was like, well, if they're open any time in 23, then they can be of short-term rental in 24. And we were like, what the heck? It says 12 months for a short-term rental.
Kind of answering our question.
But it actually says that a non-conforming STR. So that's when you have a non-conforming STR.
It was non-conforming because it was incorrectly zoned for 4 units.
It was prior to us having a rule against STRs. The STR was not non-conforming.
So this tells you that if they want to comply with the new regulations, then these are the things that they have to do. They've been non-conforming. But if they want to comply with the new regulations, they should not have been operating their STR for 12 conservative months. Is that what that says?
So the heading is saying if you had an existing short-term rental before the new regulations went into effect, what would happen after that point in time, which I think is what the attorney is trying to say, is that they had something in effect before the new regulations were effective January 1st, 2024. So the phrasing at the bottom here that's highlighted is saying if the nonconforming is there, there are triggers, and this is similar to anything else in the ordinance from a nonconforming use, at which that use, those nonconforming rights go away and they have to come into conformance. That is what that is trying to say, and that is what the ordinance is.
So on 1/1/2024, that second nonconforming for the STR has to be cured one way or the other, because you can't have a double on the property.
Anything that operated during any point in 2023 before the regulations were fully in effect would be grandfathered from the separation requirements or the density requirements, if you will, for the multifamily in this case on there, and be granted nonconforming status. Because there was already a nonconforming use on the property, the quadplex, the ordinance says the city staff has no authority to add an additional nonconforming use to the property. Two options were made available, either that the Board of Adjustment, they have authority in the ordinance to allow an additional nonconforming use on a property, or you could rezone the property so that the existing quadplex would be a conforming use, and so you'd only end up with the one nonconforming use. I know that's a lot of words. Trying to figure that out.
So I'm going to go back to my original question. Your land use attorney said.
It is.
It is. Sorry. Your land use attorney said it was illegal to grandfather in a non-conforming use.
Correct.
Two non-conforming uses.
Well, he says
Well,
illegal to
sir,
grandfather in
the-
one.
the-
He said doubly, he said even more so with two non-conforming uses.
Right.
That is
What
always
she
an
said-
illegal use.
Right. She's
And that's hearsay at this point. so-
right. So that's why I'm trying to get some clarity around
Why is this on our agenda?
what she's saying so we can understand. I think the key for me is it's a non-conforming use of a quadplex. What are we grandfathering in? STRs or quadplex?
If the city council approves the zoning change this evening and makes the quadplex a legal and conforming use of property, then the city has the ability to allow short-term rentals in the 4 units as a non-conforming use. If the council denies the rezoning request, then the only rights that they would have for a short-term rental would be 1 unit of the 4 units as per the standards of the short-term rental ordinance. And I think that's ultimately what the opposition is getting to, is that one change results in another change that they're opposed to. And I know there's additional information they want to share with council.
No, I needed that. I really needed to hear what you said again. Okay.
You're welcome.
The only thing else I have to say is long-term rentals are a big part of the missing middle, and long-term rentals are extremely popular in Fisher Park. We do not need more short-term rentals in Fisher Park. We already have a bunch. We don't need 4 more. We need more long-term rentals. Those properties will rent in a second. Thank you for your time.
Okay for me to go now? The latter, yeah. Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and City Council members. I just first want to say I appreciate your service to the city and to the citizens that you represent. I imagine it's a thankless job. I'm on next door, and I see some really ugly comments sometimes from the community, and so I just want to say thank you. You're not going to please everybody all the time, and I respect whatever decision you make. My name is Angela Espinoza, and I own the properties on either side of 632 North Elm. I own 634 North Elm, which I have been operating a tourist home out of for 7 years now. And I want to thank Mr. Kirkman, who kind of helped me with all of that. There was a lot of things I had to comply with, and like not having 2 kitchens in the same property, so I don't get to have a stove in the bed and breakfast portion of the property. And so he just kept me straight on all that, and I really appreciate it. And I bugged him to death when this new short-term rental stuff came out, because I was concerned, because I knew that the owner had planned to do short-term rental out of their property, mainly because I suggested it to them so that they could qualify for historic tax credits the way I did. I have an abundance mentality. I'm not concerned about the competition. They have a different type of rental than I do. Mine's rooms in a home and provide, you know, breakfast items for the guests and so forth. And I live on the property. They do not live on the property. They have a property manager who represents them. And I just have got to say, I had never planned to speak against this. You know, I want to be a good neighbor. But events since they started doing the STR have caused me to change my mind about that. So I am humbly asking that if you do approve the RM18, that you restrict the permitted uses to rentals of 30 days or greater, mid or long-term rentals, or that they must abide by the new STR regulations as they were originally set forth that were approved by City Council. I printed them out as soon as they became available off the city's website, and there was nothing in there about any time in 2023. It said 12 consecutive months. That any time, I don't know when it got added to the website, but it didn't happen until fairly recently, because I was really concerned when it came out. Even though I had been operating for 7 months, I thought if they got their license before I did, that maybe they would be the ones getting to operate the STR and not me. And so, you know, I bugged Mike to death about it. But he said I would be grandfathered in under existing tourist home regulations. So those are my two asks. And the reasons why I've changed my mind is that things are happening at this property that are detrimental to my business and to the safety of my short-term and commercial and mid-term tenants. Cheryl mentioned the large party. It was my mid-term tenant that reported that to the police, and they came out and broke it up. They were fighting and drinking in the parking lot, blaring loud music. The next morning, we discovered that my tenant's car had been keyed. They had a 3-month lease with me and asked to be let out of it early, a month early, because they didn't feel safe there. And I granted that with no penalty. And now Carolina Adoption Services, who is my commercial tenant at 630 North Elm, has shared with me that because of the activities that they've witnessed going on there, that, you know, they're operating an adoption service. They're a nonprofit, and they've got pregnant women coming in and families wanting to adopt, and there are people hanging out in the parking lot, blaring loud music with, you know, bass notes and inappropriate lyrics in the middle of the day. Scantily dressed women leaning in the cars of people there in the parking lot, and they have given me notice that if that continues, they're going to not renew their lease. And they've been tenants of mine since I bought the property and prior to that, when another owner had the property. So that's affecting my business. Also, during that night when that big party was going on, I had short-term rental guests in my bed and breakfast. And they were walking home from downtown Greensboro. You know, everything's so nice and walkable. The Tanger Center is just a couple of blocks up the street. And that party was going on, and they felt very unsafe, and they couldn't sleep because it was right next door. So they also asked for a refund, you know, because they couldn't sleep. And again, you know, I'm going to grant that for my guests. And most recently, I've witnessed this, as well as my current midterm rental tenant. Men driving up. What's happening? I can't talk anymore.
That's, there will be a 5-minute rebuttal, so you'll have another opportunity. The applicant, do you wish to utilize your 5-minute rebuttal period? Okay. Yes.
Just start. did just first want to bring up.
Can you get closer?
Yes, sorry. Oh. I just wanted to bring up first an email that we received in 2023, December 8th, 2023, from Mike regarding the STR permits and how that would work in terms of non-conforming or zoning issues. And in his email states, any permit requests for short-term rentals that were in operation during 2023 can provide documentation such as online listings, rental agreements, proof of payment of occupancy taxes, etc., to be classified as a non-conforming use and not subject to the new provisions of the ordinance. There was never anything in any of our discussions, emails, or back and forths about 12 months use, as was stated there. And I was also just wondering within that if that's going to be counted, as towards the decision to approve or not when that was stated or published, because it seems new.
Say your question again.
I was just reiterating that we were told since the beginning, since 2003, from multiple different people at the Planning Commissions and zoning members, that if we had reservations and could prove that prior to January 2024, the non-conforming, we wouldn't have been in double non-conforming use. It wouldn't have been two non-conforming uses. I also just wanted to mention that a lot of the things that were just mentioned from Angela seem to be relative accusations of the conduct that goes on at our location, which, while there was one incident that we swiftly took care of and made every attempt to make sure that the people that had anything to do with that were taken care of properly. We did make police reports. We did file a claim with Airbnb. We did make sure that the person who did get into that rental not allowed to rent through Airbnb anymore. They were flagged. A lot of the other things about scantily clad women or blaring music, I would just wonder if that can really be used against us without any kind of proof or documentation. We haven't had any, except for that one incident, have not had any single incident negative at all related to these properties. We did do some, have been with long-term rentals, so it was mixed. It wasn't that we were strictly trying to have 4 short-term rental units in this building. When the law passed, we went through with getting the permits just to be up to date and, within code. And so I guess my biggest confusion with the rezoning is just that if we already had the reservations prior to 2023 and we would have been grandfathered, we were also never, no one ever made it or brought up that there was an issue with the zoning. While we were doing our renovations, we had to get 5 different permits for a RM18 building, which we did. And it wasn't even zoned that way. So I guess that was also part of the confusion of why that would cause a problem now, I guess, if it was already known that it was zoned improperly. And also that, I just lost my train of thought. So sorry, just went completely blank. We also had to have the fire inspections done, which we passed, but that was also in relation to being zoned as an RM18.
So I think that issue is because you already had a non-conforming use. So they were allowing the renovations under the non-conforming use.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
The issue was now you have a second one, and you're not allowed to have 2 at one time. So when you were getting the permits and the inspections, that was for that one non-conforming use, which would be the long-term rental.
Right. So with that being said, I guess my question would have been, I know at the time it technically was only one non-conforming use because the new law wasn't passed yet, or the ordinance. But so at what point was it, like, whose responsibility, I guess, or if we would have known about the improper zoning prior to this ordinance going out, we could have potentially rezoned in 2023, which kind of would have, this, I guess, wouldn't be as much of an issue. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that had we known about the rezoning issue, we could have rezoned and we wouldn't have had to apply for this now. But then also regarding the fact that we were already in use in 2023 as an STR and were granted that approval, and now only being like a double non-conforming use because of a new ordinance. my confusion is just with why we wouldn't still be grandfathered in, I guess.
I don't know, Mr. Kirkman, do you want to answer why the double wouldn't be?
I think part of this is a timing issue of when different things came to the city. So you already addressed the issue about the building and fire renovations, and that would have been under the building and fire code, which would have not been an issue with the non-conforming status on that issue. The permit requirement went into effect originally. January 1st was the date, but it had to be pushed back to April 1st. So until April 1st, there was no requirement to get a zoning permit, which is when we would have known this issue exists. It was when the permits were actually applied for, we asked for the evidence. Okay, you're asking for the permit now. Let's say it's mid-April or early May, whatever it is. Where's the evidence that you were in operation during 2023? So that was kind of the point in time in which that piece kind of came into focus on there and began having the conversations on that. So I think it's a question of timing of when different things came to the city and when we're aware of these different topics.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and then I just had another question regarding if we were denied for the zoning, or I'm sorry, if we're denied due to the potential of having STR permits for this location, are we ever going to be able to be zoned properly as an MR18 or no?
Go ahead.
If you request to postpone this request and work with Mike, could she, because you'd have to wait a year.
To reapply for a new zoning application.
And you would also be charged.
Charged with what?
For the
What do you mean?
rezoning application.
Oh.
Yeah.
I yeah. I'm sorry. I was like, what did I do?
It ain't that
wrong?
big a deal.
Okay. It's like, I promise we're not that bad.
Well, that's fine.
No, yes.
That's the Statesville dialect coming out.
And we can't continue anything else to the next meeting. We'll be here till 1 a.m. anyway.
So do we have to ask to
You'll have a
postponed?
What? Right.
But if she were to, so let me ask you this. Yes. So you say you were operating the STRs in December.
In October we started.
Okay. And how are you operating today?
Long term.
Okay. Because I couldn't find anything except long term.
2 of our units are just vacant currently. We were kind of waiting in the interim of what was going on with these processes over the last few months.
Just a question. I don't understand how you could operate both long-term and short-term, because, if you were using short-term to bridge the long-term, one you rent furnished, the other one you don't. I mean, you're not going to do a short-term rental with no furniture.
They're all furnished.
So, but then the long-term rentals, I assume you rent unfurnished.
It depends, truly. We have a few different, at other locations and other properties. We do a lot of long-term or mid-term rentals to traveling nurses. So with them, they prefer it to be fully furnished. They're coming from another state. It's going through their company, and we house them at different various locations around Greensboro and Winston, High Point. Those are our predominant, renters, if you will. The few short-term rentals we had were just, as you said, kind of in between, just to keep us going and be able to offer those MTRs or long-term rentals to people like that, coming here.
Okay.
And we also, with our short-term rentals, we also had kind of strict, I don't know the right word. We didn't have our rentals when we were doing STRs. We had minimum night requirements, minimum and maximum guest requirements. We have very strict rules about. We have noise monitors to. That's how we were alerted also about the incident. It came through our platform for that reason.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? No. You have 3 seconds left.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And those opposed have 5 minutes.
thank you. I'm just going to finish my first thought.
Yes, because there's one gentleman who didn't get an opportunity to
Right.
speak.
So I'm really short, if you don't mind. But I was getting to the point where I'm going to be filing a suspicious activity report. I spoke with our community resource officer last evening about what I've witnessed there. Men driving up, waiting in their cars, a female walking up the sidewalk, scantily dressed. They go into the unit. 2 hours later, they're coming out of the unit. She's adjusting her clothes. She's walking down the sidewalk towards downtown. He pulls out and goes the opposite direction. So I suspect, I can't prove it.
Yeah,
that-
and we can't really consider
yeah,
that
okay.
right
So
now.
I just, but that's what's causing my long-term tenant to want to not renew their lease. So
Right.
I'm telling you how it's affecting me as a business owner, and then also as a residence. I live at 634, and I just don't feel safe. You know, I don't feel safe anymore, and I have strangers in my home, and I feel safe with the strangers in my home than what I feel is happening next door. Lastly, when we're talking about the whole 12 months and the new stuff about any time in 2023, I printed the document out when it first came out, and it said nothing about any time in 2023. Somehow the city staff made a change, and now it's on that website, but it wasn't before. So I feel like that is not in keeping with the spirit of the regulations this city council passed. And about whether or not they get RM18 or not, if they stayed exactly the way they are, they would still be able to have one non-conforming use and do mid and long-term rentals out of those properties, out of those units. So you're not saying that they can't rent those units. They don't really need RM18 to do that. They can do that now as one non-conforming use. And so, again, I humbly ask that you'd place restrictions if they are approved, and that you wouldn't allow them to do that unless they apply by the new STR regulations. Thank you very much.
And did the gentleman behind you, he has not spoken at all.
Okay. Jim, can I cede my time to the gentleman from Trenton?
Thank you. Briefly.
Your name again?
My name is Jim Coleman. I'm a member of the Fisher Park Neighborhood Association Board. Briefly, one, the Neighborhood Association Board would fully support long-term tenants in the unit, recognizing them as valuable neighbors who care about and contribute to the communities they live in. Second, as was pointed out earlier, short-term rentals do not serve the middle housing issue in Greensboro. Third, you heard the proponents in their original presentation calling this property a double non-conforming use. Much has been said about what happened in 2023, but regardless of the status in 2023, as of this year, they have continued to operate with short-term rentals with those double non-conforming uses in 2024. So we would just reiterate asking this council for the following reasonable restrictions to be placed on the request to rezone. First, restrict permitted uses to residential uses only. Second, clarify that the property must comply with all new short-term rental regulations. Third, restricting the percentage of units available for short-term rental to 25%. And fourth, restricting the property from operating as a short-term rental so long as short-term rentals, approved short-term rentals are operating within 750 feet of the property line.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, council members. My name is Steve Rasmussen-Kansian, and I live at 209 West Bessemer. It's been actually very helpful to listen up to now tonight, and it seems to me to come back to two central questions. As the mayor articulated, what was the spirit of the ordinance? And you know, we were all here together creating it. We know what we meant. Right? And then also, what's going to do the best for preserving affordable housing? So you can preserve at least 3, if not 4, of the kinds of units we need, small affordable rentals for mid and long term, by either denying the request or approving it with the conditions that it remains multifamily and long-term rentals. So you can see there's going to be a lot of spinning about how double non-conforming, reconforming, et cetera, but it really does come back to.
So we do not have the ability to add conditions to a rezoning.
Right, so then you have, my apologies. But you have a clear opportunity to preserve the affordable housing by denying the request. And again, it seems to follow both the spirit of your STR law, but maybe even more importantly, the goal of the city and all of us as a whole, which is to have more affordable long-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Comments or motion? Mrs. Thurm?
First, a question for Mr. Kirkman. Assuming this does not pass and they have the ability to rent a single unit for short-term rental, does it have to be one specific unit in the building forever, or could it be this unit is empty today and a month from now that unit's empty and
Yeah, they would pull a zoning permit for one of the units, and that's the one that we grant the rights to be the short-term rental.
So it would be locked into a single unit?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Mayor, is it okay if I make my comments?
Yeah.
At this point, I think for me, we spent a tremendous amount of time working on the distance issue, how many in a single building, because we had a very specific intent of, number one, not to overload any area. Number two, it was important to us to preserve the housing stock that we have and not lose a tremendous amount of housing stock that could be rented out, which we so desperately need. And I think that was a premise of what we did. That was something we were basing it on, and I feel like it was a commitment that we made to the residents of Greensboro at that time. For that reason, at this point, I will be voting against the zoning. I just don't think it's consistent with what our intent was. We may need to clean up some language on the website to make it a little clearer for future questions, and I would suggest if we change any language, that we have a revision date put in there so that people can reference when something changed on that in the FAQs. But I just don't think that this is consistent with what we intended, and for that reason I'm voting against the rezoning. Thank you.
And I will just echo your comments. Dr. Wells?
Well, I concur with Councilmember Thurm. We spent so much time listening to citizens and neighborhoods who had specific things they did not want, and we thought it was tailored to suit the needs of neighborhoods, to keep the integrity of the neighborhood. They didn't want too many folk coming in and out. They set the number of feet and all of this, and I think this way this one is going is not the way we intended it. I think it is a way of, I guess, making more money, but I don't think it's what was intended, and I don't think it would be fair to the Fisher Park or the other neighborhoods in the city that took so much time and came down and told us what they wanted, and we readjusted and tried to make it fit. And when we did get the fit, then I think it should be adhered to. And I don't think we should start making a little change here and making a little change there unless we go through a whole proper listening session again and changing the ordinance. But as long as that ordinance is there, I think it ought to be followed.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and then Sharon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just so I understand exactly, if this request is denied, that means that the quadplex nonconforming issue remains. The nonconforming with the STR, is it rescinded, or?
So again, if the rezoning is denied, then they would only legally have a right to one of those units as a short-term rental under the current regulations.
So the current STR under which they're operating, does it just dissipate? Is it poof or what? Or is it amended?
There's no ability for us to add an additional non-conforming use to this property. Their other venue would be to consider going to the Board of Adjustment and approaching it from that direction. But as far as the zoning is determined, as far as the zoning this evening, if you vote to deny the zoning, the practical effect will be that they do only have rights to one unit in that 4-unit building as a short-term rental.
And they would be notified of such?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to echo what my colleagues are saying so far. We really spent a lot of time going over the rules for STRs, and this is just not fitting in with the character of the neighborhood. My biggest concern is the 750 feet, which, we even labored over that. Was it going to be 500 feet? Was it going to be 1,000 feet? What was going to be best for different neighborhoods who have houses further from each other or some that have houses closer to each other? And we settled on the 750. So if there are 4 STRs, and then there's no way they can be 750 feet apart. So I, too, am going to vote against this rezoning. And, I understand about the, did you operate as an STR in 2023? I understand that. But, that's a little, quick that was operating as one in 2023. So, there weren't many months right there when they got their renovations done that they were operating that. I realize that's beside the point and has nothing to do with the actual thing at hand, but, the 750 feet is huge for me. And I'm going to deny, my vote will be to deny. Thank you.
Sharon?
I'll just echo everything that everybody said except for Zach. But I'm a little concerned as well. And Tammy's right and Mary Kay is right. We spent a lot of time talking about the distance factor, and we thought initially we couldn't utilize the distance, and we found a way to do so. And I think it was important to community as well, because it was their request that we not saturate their neighborhoods with all STRs, which would then keep us from having spaces and houses for people to long-term rent. And so for me, that is the biggest issue of the distance factor. I certainly am empathetic with you, but what I think we really need to do, and I'm talking to staff too right now, is we need to go back through this ordinance. And if there's some language we need to clean up somewhere so we are clear, because this here has said tonight that maybe something we intended, which we want to be clear to the citizens, is not clear. And if there's something out there that was on the website that was misleading, because I sat here myself for God knows how long thinking, well, you got to have the STR for 12 months. And then it was like, nope, that's not right. So I would like for us to do that as well. But the way it stands tonight, I just can't support the rezoning, even though it's a quadplex, it's 4 units. But the way it is, you could have 4 units in the same building and then somebody next door. And then, so I think just for my peace of mind, I think we need to look at revisiting this again.
So, Madam Mayor, I would like to make the motion to, I'm sorry, were you finished?
No, I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I think this has been one of the most confusing rezoning cases we've had in a long time. This is really an odd duck, but I don't think we ever intended to have a building made up of 4 short-term rental units. That was never our intent after all of the months of dealing with this. So I certainly am going to oppose this.
And I think what you just said really hits the nail on the head. I mean, under no discussion that we ever had was that going to be acceptable.
Right. I would like to make a motion to deny the request for the property, the rezoning request at 632 North Elm Street from R7 to RM18.
Second.
Statement of fact.
Please vote. Don't you have to finish?
Do I have to? No. You want me to read the whole thing? Okay. Yeah. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to deny the rezoning request for the property at 632 North Elm Street from R7 residential single family 7 to RM18 residential multifamily 18 to not be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed RM18 zoning district does not limit negative impact on the adjacent properties, nor does it permit uses that fit the context of surrounding areas. The request is not reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will be a detriment to the neighbors and surrounding community, and denial is in the public interest.
So yes is to deny. Yes is to deny. And that passes 8-0. Well, thank you. I think it was a good discussion. And we did say that we would go back and review once we had done this for about a year to see if there were some things we needed to massage.
And this is one.
Yep. Okay, so now we go on to the general business portion of our agenda. Item I.1 is a resolution approving the acceptance of state appropriated funds in the amount of $1,477,500 to service Peace Haven Community Farm, and item I.2, ordinance to amend state, federal, and other grant fund budget for Peace Haven project in the amount of $1,477,500.
Move the item.
Second.
So that was moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by. I'm tired.
We're tired too.
It's the H's that get me on the moved by the one and only
Hello.
Sharon Hightower.
Hello. Hello.
Seconded by Hugh Holston. Council, please vote. I don't know. It happens.
Councilmember Matheny?
That passes 8-0, and I-2.
Give that one to Ms. Hoffman.
Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. And Mike, I want to thank you and Water Resources for doing a great job for this. I know this is out of our service area, but it is an amazing project, and Peace Haven Farms does such good things. So thank you, and I guess we also have to thank the state for funding this project. That was huge. And that passes 8-0. And that is the end of our printed agenda. Glory be. Any boards and commissions? Board, Mrs. Hoffman?
Will Yarn to the Board of Adjustments to replace Chuck Truby.
We'll miss him. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry. Could you state that name again? We couldn't hear you.
Will Yearns.
Tammy?
I have one appointment to appoint Zach Engel to the ABC Board to replace Cecilia Thompson, who has finished her 3-year terms.
And Zach is coming.
He is coming off of zoning.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Goldie, any board appointments? I have one to reappoint Kelly Harrell to the CVB.
Second.
He still has time.
I don't know about that.
He still had time.
I had a second there.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 8-0. Boards?
None.
Zach?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Stu Nichols to replace Zach Engel on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Stu Nichols.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
And Alan Jones to the Board of Adjustment.
Replacing?
Vaughn Ramsey's term expired in June.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Hugh? Sharon?
No, no.
Okay. Brief comments? Nancy?
I have none.
Tammy?
Just a couple things real briefly. Just a congratulations shout out to Chief Gerald, who will be celebrating his upcoming retirement tomorrow at Fire Station 1, and we wish him all the best and thank him for his service. Also, a shout out for a very successful Pride this past Sunday. It was a huge crowd. I think it's a record crowd for them, their biggest ever. It was a great event. I'm sorry I wasn't able to walk the whole thing, but couldn't do that. With a shout out to the city for their help and support, and I look forward to doing that more jointly going forward. And congratulations to all our first responders that graduated and got sworn in yesterday. Both police had a huge class get sworn in, as well as our Metro 911 graduates. And just a shout out to Melanie and her team. I think that graduation was very nice, and this was the first time that they had a true graduation ceremony, and I thought it was great.
Yeah,
So,
well deserved.
congratulations to them. Very well deserved on both fronts. Thank you.
Goldie?
I'd also like to congratulate Deputy Chief Gerald on his retirement. We wish him well. I'd like to remind those of you that we're still in discussions about what will happen with the Irwin School property. So the county is hosting 3 listening sessions tomorrow at 6:30 at the W.D. Muhammad Islamic Center at 6:30, and then on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. at McGirt Horton, and on Saturday there will be a virtual discussion. And if you want to join virtually, you should go to guilfordcountync.gov/Irwin School to register to be a part of the viewing. That's all I have to say.
Thanks. Mary Kay?
Very quickly, I think a lot of, it's been several weeks since we've been up here, and, a lot of things have happened. Science Center Gala, the North Carolina Folk Fest, that was amazing. I was able to attend the Guilford County Sports Hall of Fame banquet. Of course, the telecommunicators and police graduation, phenomenal. And I did want to let everyone know, many of you knew Bob Kohler. He did pass away on Saturday. And just a wonderful man. And he was on the Human Rights Commission, on several commissions, did a lot for this city. So keep the family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Zach?
Just a note to our manager and our team, I'm not going to belabor it tonight, but, things are not getting really better in our community on some housing fronts, and some folks that are in need, and the balance between helping those in need and helping the property owners and the business owners that are throughout our city that are struggling with what's happening. And so I'm just going to be sending a couple of emails just saying, okay, where are we? How are we moving forward? And what can we do as a council to help? So that's just a little heads up.
Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As many have said, there have been so many different activities, and obviously since we haven't, or we pushed this meeting out, it's just so much going on. But I'm going to focus on just a couple of things. One is the housing that Zach just mentioned, that our challenge is not getting any stronger. I was talking with a student from North Carolina A&T, a senior who has, because of the lack of housing in the community, has had to move back home to Fayetteville and commutes every day to come up for classes. That's the extent of our housing challenge. For our students looking for just a room to rent, that can range from $700 up to $1,000 just for a room, not an apartment, just for a room. And that's just one segment of what we're seeing with our housing challenge. And we definitely have to, if it's a crisis, then we should act like it's a crisis and be more proactive and be more active in engaging in what we're doing and how we're doing it. And then next and last, I'll simply say that on September 11th, I was walking and canvassing with the group Mothers Standing Against Gun Violence and Mark's Angel Foundation, canvassing on behalf of the life of Mark Friedman, who lost his life to gun violence on November 3rd of 2020. We'll never forget, and we'll always keep looking to make our community better. And last but not least, on September 29th of 2023, we lost Matthew Wayne Grant. He was the gentleman shot over at Dudley High School. And so it's coming up on the 1-year anniversary of us losing Matthew. And I'll just simply say to everyone, just love, hug, appreciate who you have, give your flowers while you can, because we never know. Tomorrow's not promised to any of us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few quick items. Want to say congratulations to AWOL Fitness, who opened their third location. Well, his third one, but actually it's his second one, because he had to leave the one he had on Washington Street because of all the issues that he was encountering. And so he's now on Patterson Street. So congratulations to Lynch Hunt and his wife Wendy Hunt on opening a phenomenal location. I actually rode the treadmill for about 30 seconds. But
I have the video, by the way.
so, yeah, well, I'll fix that. I don't want no evidence. But also to Sharp Road, I attended an event at Sharp Road Church of Christ on Saturday. They had a community day there out on Sharp Road, and they had a great event. Mobile units were there, and they had bouncy houses, of course, and ices and things. They had clothing, though, for people who needed clothing, and food as well. So it was just an overall really nice community day there. I left there and went to New Hope Baptist Church on English Street. They had their fall festival. They also had a great turnout. Parks and Rec was there, had a booth, as well as mobile units, health units. So a lot of good things going on in our community. We are trying to make sure that many, many needs are being met. I also want to congratulate the 911 Center on opening their new training room. Very nifty, very neat. I guess I'll try to join Mary Kay and who was it, the mayor, on becoming a new 911 telecommunicator. Congratulations to Brent Gerald on his retirement from the Greensboro Fire Department. We certainly will miss him. And then on a sad note, I want to give my condolences to Water Resource Director Mike Borches on the loss of his father. And so sorry that occurred. So you're right, Hugh. Loss is really tough. And so we have to continue to stand and support one another. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything except I do hear thunder. And I think the weather for the next few days is going to be very dicey in our area. There is another tropical storm, Helene or whatever, and we'll be getting some rain bands from her, and it looks like it could be significant between now and Friday. Is that true, Trey?
Yes, ma'am. It looks like we're in the middle, so we shouldn't get it as bad, but I know we have another briefing in the morning. We'll try to hold back our in-house weatherman, Chris Cantori.
Yeah.
But we'll provide you all with an update tomorrow morning.
Thank you. All right. Mr. City Manager?
I'll be brief. Just a quick reminder that we have a work session this Thursday. I've asked the fire service to come in and talk to us about their capacity building and expansion. So we're taking a strategic look at where we're located. Chief Robinson will go over that with you, and then we'll go over some capital investment strategies.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney?
I just want to say good night.
Thank you. Move to adjourn? Second. All in favor, say aye.